No, I don't let him see these things. Okay, no, just we need a bit of space around here. No, I can't see the seder is at the
How you doing? Sure.
You okay with that?
ship on the top. I haven't got your hands twice. Like that.
Yeah, but that wasn't the real thing.
Okay, you're in the way, you're in the way.
Okay.
So you're not doing live streaming?
Hey, Christian.
I'm bringing in the l'chaim.
Careful the tripod.
Hello? They know the game will be there soon, okay? Okay, alright, I need you away from the circle.
Good evening, everyone, and Baruch Lamoim. It's not much of a task to be at an MC. I just have the pleasure of introducing tonight the Farbrengen with us, Rabbi Leibel Groner. I want to thank you very much for joining us over the last few days and for bringing with us. And as you're leaving tomorrow, we wish you a safe journey home and you can continue to be matzliach in all that you are doing. So without any further ado, I'm going to pass the microphone over to Rabbi Groner and to start with the Farbrengen. In honor of your tribe.
Hi. Yud Shevat. Shevat Yud, Groner Shabbos. The mind of also the Gandhi that the three Rebbe gave out for Yeshivah came by your side from his grandmother, Rebbe Zerifkin, arrived from the printer every Shabbos in the afternoon. When the Rebbe received, our Rebbe received the manual, he took one copy and he went into the Friedrich Rebbe. The Rebbe had the siddur open, getting ready for mincha, waiting for Kosovo, and the Rebbe put the manual down next to the siddur, and the Rebbe gave a look what was put down, and the Rebbe said, you could see on my father-in-law a tremendous happiness and satisfaction that the monument is revealed. And very very happy. Shabbos morning, about 7:30, one of the three Rebbe's attendants went into his room and he saw that he was bent over the table. He tried to awaken him, he couldn't. On the seventh floor was the Rebbe's Hana, the oldest daughter of the feet of the Rebbe. They called her down and couldn't do anything. So she asked, right next to the Rebbe's Yeshivah Shule, where this was taking place, was the previous Rebbe's bedroom. So she asked that they should take the Rebbe and put him in the bed in his bedroom. In the meantime, she sent a message. We had a Dr. Zollerson, who was the Babacha doctor. She sent a vocal to call Dr. Zollerson. In the meantime, one of the caretakers in the room, the Yeshivah Shule, and she went and she sent a vocal to call up the Shmuel who lived downstairs in 770. When the doctor came, the doctor said that it's a very serious situation. And the Shmuel said that a minute before the status of the Rebbe, the Peter Rebbe, he picked himself up a little bit from the cushion, and he can hear the way he was saying, save me, save me. And after he said those words, his head fell back on the cushion, was in the bezin, the moment of the status. So the Shmuel made the mention that it's interesting that at the moment of the status, in the Rebbe's room was a Goyen Icon, he was a lady, and Dr. Zalison was a Yisrael. And when a Goyen lady Yisrael in the Shasa Yisrael, they sent someone to inform the Rebbe who lived then on New York Avenue, President Street. The Rebbe came to 770. We didn't see one tear coming out of the Rebbe. No crying. Shabbos. I already was working with the Rebbe. The Rebbe called me over and he said that he did the things on how to do some messages. The Rebbe asked me to find out what time Kol Shach would start, because the Dalby was downstairs in his medrash and the Rebbe was upstairs on the 7th floor. And he said that before they start saying Ezel and Kaimon, they should call him, because he wants to go down and say the Kaddish after Rabbi Yishmor. After Kaddish, the Rebbe went up again. The Rebbe started the Dalby over there. Then the Rebbe asked me when it's going to be after the davening, the Rebbe came back upstairs and he went into the room where the feet of the Rebbe was. Because of Shabbos, they weren't able to take the book to there like usual. And he tells me, please call a doctor. So Dr. Zellington was in the base medicine now downstairs. There was another doctor who lived in Groner. Nice. His name was Dr. Nass, N-A-S-S. He was a big time talking, but he was also a doctor. And the Rebbe once told me, I think he's more than with talking than a doctor. At any rate, when I called him up, the Rebbe tells him, I think we made a mistake. The Shevat was still alive. So the doctor asked why he say so. He said, don't you see that the stomach is moving up and down? So the doctor took up a stethoscope and he put it to the Rebbe and he said, a person has air in his body. When the neshama leaves, not all the air goes out at one time, but slowly but surely. So this is only air that was in the body from before. But Tzoi Shabbos, right after Meilig, the Rebbe says Kaddish, the Rebbe used to come upstairs by the door that went into the hall, and from there you would go into the hall, into his room. And right over in the hall was the elevator. When the Rebbe walked out of the base medrash, he stood near the elevator, and there was Bechir Satsumas. Why did you prepare as who knows how far? We stand 5 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, and the help of anything. Then he asked in one of the previous Rebbe secretaries, Rabbi Leibel, all over Sholem. The Rebbe said, of course, we're going to inform all the Baba Shoksim all over the world. He asked that the Rebbe Kadisha should set a time for the Leibel that people who live in the cities next to New York should have a chance to come. They shouldn't make it 9 o'clock in the morning, they should make it a little bit later, in order that the people should be able to come to the Leibel. And they set the Leibel for 11 o'clock. After they made the Tara in the previous Rebbe's previous room, they allowed everybody that was there to file by the order of the Friedrich Rebbe, to ask Mechila, to ask Mavrocha, and everybody went by. Then it came 11 o'clock, the Leibel started, and the Rebbe asked that the Friedrich Rebbe's Shabbos Beged, the sides of the Beged, should cover the order. Usually you have a special cover that the Rebbe had to put over the order. He said no. He wants us to take the feet of the Rebbe inside of the Beged, and they should cover the order with that. Then the Rebbe said he would want that they should walk with the order till Bedford and Dean, where there was the Rabbi Yeshivah at that time, in order that they should take the order past the Yeshivah of Bedford and Dean. The crowd was tremendous, and every while the people were carrying almost lost the order. When they came to Eastern Parkway in Brooklyn, the police told the Rebbe, I don't think they'll be able to carry the order. The crowd was pressing, so they asked the Rebbe to give permission to put the order in reverse, and who followed? The Rebbe was masking. So the put the Rebbe, but all the people followed by foot to the gate to the Veterans. From there, he traveled to the Beis HaChayim. When he came to the Beis HaChayim, so as he was standing by the gable, the Rebbe couldn't find the Shabbos Beged of the Rebbe. And the Rebbe gave it a shrei. Ich muss losen wachen die Gefühle, bis wir beginnen den Schmerz zu tun. I will not allow to make the Rebbe to go with it till I get that back from the Schmerz. Somebody, I don't know where it came from, somebody threw it. Somebody caught it. The Rebbe said, Bob Harain and Kegel. Put it into the Kegel. And once that was there, he allowed that they should make the Gefühle to cover everything up. And then he, the Rosh sent the cottage after the Groner. And when we came back to 770, so the Rebbe said that everybody should make clear on the right side, and everyone should sit shielded for 1 hour. And after that, the Rebbe said, no one should walk around with a clear. Once, only Schmizer, and after that we should wear either so what we said, or wear a regular, like a beggar, a jacket or so, but not to walk around the clear. He himself walked and had the clear, and he came with his Shabbos stick of beggars, and he made clear on the beggars, and he wore that bag with the clear for the entire Shiva. The day after Shiva, the Sunday after Shabbos, of course, the Shabbos he put on a different beggar, the lighter beggar, and Sunday he came with the regular beggar. We know that the Rebbe till that time used to wear a suit, a short jacket. But when he came the day after the Shiva, he came with his suit. So people felt already that this is the beginning of the new era, so to say. However, the day after Shloshim, the Rebbe came again with a short jacket. And the Rebbe was very determined. So I remember that some of the elder Rebbe ran into the Shmuel who didn't allow much fear. What's the sign? So the Shmuel said, a Rebbe is his beggar, a Rebbe is a Rebbe. What difference will make that to us if he wears a long jacket or a short jacket as a Rebbe? Very ready, he said it after the first month, look at his up. Don't worry about that. In Kakhauer, the Rebbe started answering all different types of questions. But then, for the first 2 months, after 2-3 months, the Rebbe told Rabbi that we have to make a statement. Because during that time, every 5 minutes, somebody else knocks on the Rebbe's door to ask questions, to ask brachos, to ask answers. And the Rebbe told Rabbi, I don't have time for myself. So Rabbi asked him, so what should we do? He said we should set up the statement. I will see people repeat this 3 times a week, Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday, starting from 8 o'clock. And whoever wants to come for your business has to register in the office. He didn't call it the mosquitoes yet. He has to register in the office, and then I will see them. So the Bill Mamish, even before you would start talking about them, the Rebbe already had and there were untold stories that we saw in Homer, starting then, the Baltic is up, and I'm not speaking about Mosul or Hakelish, the Baltic is up, that was still then. I just want to interject, because I told my family the story yesterday. Around Tovshin, Mitzvah or Yud Ches, a gentleman walks into 770, and he walks into the Zal, and he gets the back of the table, welcome sitting learning. He says, people, I was in Paris, in Tovshin, Zion, in 1946-47, when the Rebbe was there to bring his mother to the United States. I lived there, and I had a 12-year-old daughter. And she used to go to a place Shanklin, but it was. One day, she did not come home. Okay, my wife said, could be she went to a friend. The second day, she didn't come home again. My wife said, don't worry. When it came the third day, she didn't come home, we both felt worried. And we had no idea what to do. We called the school said the last 2 days we didn't see her. It wasn't in school. He tells us that he was walking in the street, very, very troubled. And the Rabbi comes over to him. He says, I see something is bothering you. He says, yeah. You don't know who my daughter is. He said, what's the problem? He says, you know that the Rebbe's son-in-law is now here in Paris. This is his address. Go to him and ask him that he should call his father, the Rebbe, to get a bracha, so what to do. Okay. So this here tells us, He came to the Rebbe's apartment. The Rebbe opened the door. The Rebbe asked him goes. He told the Rebbe the Meiser. So the Rebbe said, you know, I'm going to call my father-in-law in New York. Says this Yid that I tell the Rebbe, I don't need you to call your father-in-law. If you are the Lubavitcher Rebbe's son-in-law, your bracha and advice is enough for me. I don't need you to call New York. He says, the Rebbe went over to the window. He stood there 2-3 minutes. He comes back and he tells me, tomorrow at 2 o'clock, go to this base sefer, to this Jewish school, and then you will find your daughter. He said the next day, 2 o'clock, I was standing there, and as the Talmidim, the students were coming out, suddenly you hear, Abba, Abba. You hear in Pavshin Zion, but the Rebbe got the Ruach HaKodesh, and the Rebbe was able to tell me where I could find my daughter. And he says that nobody can tell me that I'm the person to whom I spoke, and I'm the father of this child, and I know that this is a fact. It's not some hypothetical thing. Al Kaponim, the Rebbe started taking Yechidus during that time. I'm not going to go into all of the things went on, meetings ahead. The Rebbe all the whole time was saying that he's not practiced to it, he's not going to accept it, you should forget about it, and say bye. One day of Leibel Shalom, the Rebbe comes to 770 with a simple. Oh, everybody was happy. I went over to Rebbe Chodakov, because I was already working for the office. I said, Rebbe Chodakov, would you know why the Rebbe came with us at Tuk today? So then he told me, I will tell you, but on one condition. Nobody else should know what I told you. I said, okay. He says, last week, the Rebbe gave me a list of Mitzvah the Rabbonim, 5 or 6. He said, I should call them and tell them that the Rebbe wants, he said, everyone is dependent. Don't tell them I call the others. That I want to see them. Rabbi Chodakov says, when I call them, who should I say is calling them? The Rebbe gave a smile. He said, the first girl that I called, and the Rebbe was on the line, I called up his Rov, and I said, my name is Chodakov. I'm calling you in the name of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, that the Lubavitcher Rebbe would like to see you this and this night. That was that day. The Rebbe heard me saying it, he didn't tell me to stop or anything. And the same I did with the other 5, 6, whatever one. And he said, tonight is the meeting where the Rabbonim are coming. So the Rebbe versteht why the Rebbe is wearing this. Yud Shevat, Tov Shiv Yud Aleph, was on a Wednesday. Tuesday night, the Rebbe came to reside in the Begin. He davened Ma'ariv to reside in the Begin. And the Haitian husband and parts of the Ma'ariv was Dani. Wednesday morning again, he came to the Shabbos Begin. And a few days before that, he asked to advertise that the Sudas Gilul from the Rebbe Rayaz is going to take place in 770 at 9 o'clock. But not to mention who's going to be, that he's going to be just saying, this with the Gilul. That night, Wednesday night, 8:30, the Rebbe asked that all the Canadian guests, from both from Montreal, from Toronto, he wants to see them before the Farbrengen starts. Just to interject. Why the Canadians? Because during the years, since the Rebbe came to America, there was a special connection between the Rebbe and Hanash of Canada, which means all the questions that anyone from Toronto, Montreal wanted to ask the Frierdiker Rebbe, they didn't call the Frierdiker Rebbe's secretary, Rabbi Leibel, or Rabbi Rothstein. They would call the Rebbe would take the question, he would go into the Rebbe, give his answer. For one reason or another, there was a special connection between the Rebbe and the Canadians. When the elder Chassidim found out that there's a group of people going into the Rebbe, that Shmuel, Rabbi Jacobson, Rabbi Simpson, Rabbi Hibner, all the elder Chassidim, Rabbi Leibel was one of them, but Handel was another one. And the first one, the Danish initial, was there. We went over to them, and they said, do not leave the room before the Rebbe is going to tell you that he's going to accept the Rebbe, he's going to become a Rebbe. Okay? They went in. After 10 minutes to come out, he said to him. So they said, after the Rebbe spoke to us, Rabbi Groner, Rabbi Handel, Rabbi Groner, one for how? 10. Huh?
Green glass.
I put that in at the bottom. So they went over to the Rebbe's table, and they said, in the name of Anash, the whole oil and Kului, we are asking that the Rebbe will open their arms open, and tonight with the Farbrengen is on the heaven, and the Rebbe is accepting it. And the Rebbe gave back the Shrei. He read Narishkeit, Aroispundan. And he said the Rebbe put his head down on the table and he started to cry, but he was at Okay. Came to the Farbrengen. The Rebbe sat down. The place was packed, 600-700 people in the basement is upstairs. During the Farbrengen, they had to throw people out into the yard. They were fainting. The Rebbe says one sikha, no indication. A second sikha, nothing. The Rebbe was sitting like over here. Over here, there were tables, but there was a space. Over here was standing a Mendel Tenenbaum, a Handel, and the Leibel Groner, and I stood together with them over here. After the third sikha, so I tell the gentleman, you have to ask the Rebbe to say a mind. And I said, I tried to say it so low, I didn't think that the Rebbe would hear. And the Rebbe turns to them, and the Rebbe tells these three Rabbonim, Zog dem junger Mann als Rebbe Narishkeit. Tell them this person that he's speaking. A few minutes later, I tell the Sidon, I tell the Rabbonim, there's going to be a mimer. We'll soon see. How do you know? I say, well, first we'll see. They started singing a name. By the Rabbi, it was a minhag, starting from the Alter Rebbe, maybe you heard about it, you don't know about it, I'll tell you. Before the Rabbi started saying the mimer, they had a white handkerchief, and they were tied on the hand, like this, and like this. The Chassidim say that Rebbe Rashab, during the mimer, he would take, while he was saying the mimer, he would start pulling, like, while he was saying, he was looking ahead, shutting the hand, and he held it on the table, and I was able to go to the mimer. The same thing was by the Rebbe Rayaz. I noticed that the Rebbe took out a table, and under the table, he was turning the people to when we saw that the Rebbe Rayaz did. And that's why I knew there's going to be a mimer. And Kahab, so they finished the mimer. The Rebbe is fair in the mimer, he gave my Google, both, the guy makes a collar, and he started saying the mimer. The whole oil was overwhelmed, and nobody stood up. Then the Rebbe says, it's eine Hemmschicht. Because then I used to get to send and them so. He was the Shevat of Dr. Rebbe, if you heard. He said, send and them to was a very short fellow. And he learned in Lubavitch by the Rebbe Rashab. I say the table, you know, the wall that goes in here to the wall, to the yard. He was sitting on one of the benches over there. After the Rebbe finished the first part of the mimer, the Rebbe jumped up on the chair. He was 80 years old on the bench, and he jumped on the table, and he gave like a shake, Sidon, Yehov Marab. And he started saying, Malchus, and everybody was focusing on the Rebbe, how he was going to react. They were basically telling him to sit down. The Rebbe listened to every word, and as soon as he finished his man hazeh, together with everybody, the Rebbe answered only also. And then the Rebbe gave the Shrei. And so the Rebbe gesagt, dass seine Händchen und sie doch Yeshivah Shule Aber Schas, Rebbe sagt am Maimen, ich doch was Maimen hat Sinai, und dann sind wir bei Maimen hat Sinai gewesen, war Jammer darum, und der Rebbe wird unter ihm so mit dem Zweiten Predigt, Maimen unsere Hauptstellen, und kein Hauptstellen. As soon as the Rebbe started saying the Maimen, the whole oil was not broken. Huh? I'm sorry. The Santa said that it's known that when the Rebbe says a minor, it's considered a new Matan David. And the Rebbe by Har Sinai, it says that all the Eden was standing. So he said when the Rebbe does not say the second part of the minor, so we all will get up, and that's what happened. As soon as the Rebbe started saying the second part of the minor, the whole oil stood up when I say this. And then later we have the sequence of that, what the Rebbe spoke, and this is the Hashvi, what the Rebbe said, but he's trying to help everybody, all those things over there. And this had this developed. Well, I'll tell you something that very, very few people know, only 3 or 4 of us, Rabbi Protocol, Rabbi Medel, and myself. The next morning was Thursday. The Rebbe told me that when they start davening, I should tell him, because he wants to sit by the whole davening. The Rebbe came into the basement, the Zal, and he sat by the table where the 2 doors go in and out to the American mosquitoes. I put down a Chumash, a Siddur, and a Tillin, and the Rebbe sat there, found the Hoidum, till the Kaddish offering after Mishnayos. Then he went back into his office, and he told me, please come in with Rabbi Protocol and Dr. Medel. When we came into the office, the Rebbe says, now we need new stationery, which meant to say this would be stationery with the Rebbe's name on it. So he asked us, but not the answer, but he got to go and help that 2 years old. He asked Rabbi Protocol and Dr. Medel to suggest. So they took a stationery on the Friedrich Rebbe, which says his first 2 names. They said instead of these 2 names, we put down the Rebbe's name, Schneerson, Lubavitch, and in English we put down the Rebbe looked at it. I want you should add the address, both in the Hebrew and English. If Mundas will sign the Zolvos up in Mamshir. I don't want it to look the same station that my father will, and that's why we take the Rebbe stationery on the Rebbe's name, Lubavitch. The Friedrich Rebbe wrote me Lubavitch. The Rebbe said, I was never in Lubavitch. You can't write on me Lubavitch. You can write Lubavitch without the man. And then the Rebbe said, you put down the address in both in English and the Hebrew. And then he says, no, we have to have stationery for the secretariat also. So we went back into the office, we sat down, and we worked out. This was the custom, so I gave them an idea what to write. I told them, write mosquitoes, quick to do some Talmud, the Rebbe's name, Shalita Schneerson, Lubavitch. And in English, Secretariat of Rabbi Evan Schneerson, Shalita Schneerson. Why did I want that? Because being that was so close to the feast, I think they should know it's speaking about the Rebbe now, not about the Friedrich Rebbe. So Dr. Medel typed it up in Hebrew and in English. He gave it to me, he gave it to the Rebbe, he got it up to Seder, he could print it, and that's the stationery for mosquitoes that we have to this every day. And that's, I think, part of the development. So that is Megillah to the English of Yeshivah or the Rebbe Rayatz. So in the Bible, the Chaim, the Zoran and the very much 2 weeks before Gimel Tammuz, the Rebbe was in 770, and during the night about 3 o'clock, we noticed that something was not the same. It was always a doctor in the building, the resident all was open. We examined the Rebbe, and he told us we must take him to the hospital immediately. Even though it was after the stroke and everything, but nothing was done to the Rebbe, with the Rebbe, without asking the Rebbe first. And Dr. Resnick said that we have to take him to the hospital. They asked that I should ask to tell the Rebbe what's happening, and that the doctors feel that the Rebbe will go to the hospital. Is the Rebbe Master? And the Rebbe shook with his head, yeah. Took him to a certain hospital, a special hospital, that was supposed to take care of the situation that the Rebbe had. That was on a Tuesday, Monday night or Tuesday night, I should. Thursday morning, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, we saw that something was very, very serious. Something happened. Next to this hospital was the Beth Israel Hospital. It was a bridge between the two hospitals. And although that bridge was always closed, but when the doctors decided that the Rebbe has to be taken to the Beth Israel Hospital, immediately, on both sides, they opened up all the doors. You shouldn't have to take the Rebbe down into the street. When the Rebbe was taken from the first hospital to the second hospital, in the Beth Israel Hospital, was Thursday morning. 3 specialists told us the situation is very, very serious. The Rebbe was surrounded with 4 doctors and 5 nurses, and each one was doing something else to help the Rebbe. After 3 hours, one of the doctors says that things are stabilizing. Friday morning, the doctor who was in charge of the Rebbe from the first hospital came to see the Rebbe. He walks into the Rebbe's room, he goes like this. I'm standing there. I asked him, what's the matter? Should I tell you the truth? When the Rebbe was taken out of my hospital yesterday, I didn't think I would have someone to come to see this morning. And the fact that Baruch Hashem, that the Rebbe, I'm able to see the Rebbe, I'm very happy. Shabbos Pashas Chukas, Beis Tammuz. 7 o'clock in the evening, everything stopped by the Rebbe. No blood pressure, no heartbeat, bonish. The screen that was attached to, lines, nothing at all. Of course, the emergency team came and stopped running. The head doctor of that department was named Dr. Rosen, Mark Rosen. He ordered, and the Rebbe's blood pressure went up to 365. You know what that means? It's a bonus of Fashas Mamish. And there's a special injection that you give that within seconds it brings down the blood pressure. He ordered the nurse to give that injection, and he starts screaming at her, you want to kill this man? She said, why? It went up to 400. And she takes out this bottle, and she says, isn't this what you told me to give? Give it again. I'm standing right next to you. And Baruch Hashem went down. When things calm down, he says, come with me in my office. He said, I'm going to make 2 phone calls. The hematologist, the biggest in America. You don't say anything until I tell you. He makes 1 call to Texas. John, Mark, what can I do for you? Did you ever hear When a person has a blood pressure 365, and you give this and this injection, it goes up to 100, Mark, stop pulling my foot. It's impossible. Would you believe a rabbi? About I always believe. Then he tells me, I say, Dr. John, I was standing in the room when this patient, the Rebbe, his blood pressure was 365, the nurse gave the injection, went to 400. I am a hematologist 30 years. In all my time, I never heard of such a thing. What happened after that? He told me. Then he called up one of the big hematologists in Presbyterian here in Manhattan. Tell me, asked the same question. And the guy said, it can't be such a thing. Again, he said, putting on the phone. And he said, it's unbelievable. Before that, the Rebbe, the doctors were telling me that they see that the Rebbe's body is a whole different body. One of the main doctors, a Jewish woman, a short woman, she ordered one time some medicine for the Rebbe. I have She told me, the pharmacist calls, it says, even for a 1-year-old child, you give 1.5. Here's a 92, 93-year-old man. And she tells the pharmacist, you give me what I ordered. And she tells me, if I'm going to give a little bit more, it's going to have a contrary effect. 6 weeks before Gimel Tammuz, Dr. Wolfman tells me we have a very serious situation. I say, what happened? Rebbe contacted a certain disease, certain bacteria, that in his age we have no way of eliminating it. So you have to get ready. So I say, Mark, listen, you know, since the Rebbe's here, you always saw that the Rebbe reacts differently. Do me a favor. You give the Rebbe the antibiotic that you would give. And let's see what happens. So, a week later he comes over, he says, I have to put down in the books. It never happened before that a person in this age, in this situation, contact this bacteria, that the bacteria gets lost and it's not there anymore. They have to tell you, we took a blood test today, well, the bacteria is not here anymore. The doctors were constantly telling me, and the nurses, that this man is different. Everything is different. 2 weeks before Gimel Tammuz, you called in a very big internist from Brooklyn. I hate it. He came and called at 1 o'clock in the morning. He took all the medical reports, and we're standing, myself is standing, and each page that he reads, wow, wow, wow. After he finished, we asked him what. He said, we have to rewrite all the medical books, because this man is contradicting everything that we know about how medicine reacts, and he's reacting completely different than them. All the doctors couldn't get over it. How the Rebbe's body was a whole different body. When I first started sitting there, so I used to listen into their discussions. So I heard that he was telling his young doctors that the heart, that the lung, they're 2 lungs, and together they produce 150 breaths. One morning he comes and he tells me that one of the Rebbe's lungs is not functioning. And I say, but Mark, give a cook. It says that he has 150 breaths. According to you, you should have only 75. He looks at me. 2 days later he comes, he says, when I was teaching my internist, so I asked him, is it possible to have one lung failing and still should have 150? It's impossible. You are internists, and here I have a young rabbi, and he shows me that it's otherwise. They couldn't get over that. I'll be saying, well, how could it be 150? Up the level, the machine showed there's 150 breaths. When the 7th person on purpose came 7 o'clock, everything stopped. They started doing this, they started doing that. It was a Groner. 10 days before that, Dr. Rosen called in the 3 of us, the Yoma was on, like the woman, and you and myself, and they said, it seems that things are going in the wrong direction. What happens if the Rebbe's heart is going to stop? Will you agree to make the recitation or not? What's the question? Because when you do that, you have to break one of the ribs. Would you want that we should do it? So I told my Rebbe, I'm going to call out Yisrael, we will reinigen zu der Schule Psalmen und Weber in the Psalmen, that he should pass. I called out Kanani Yosef Eisenbach, and I told him, those kennen the zählen, aber das ist der Matze, der rein zu der Schule Psalmen. He calls him back a few hours. He comes in, he says to him, Psalmen und Papa Scheide Scheide. Ich empfehle eigentlich die Scheides. Geht's again, since then. So I said, the Schule Psalmen, wenn wir retten, komm her. Sie kommen, so der Schule Psalmen, so kommt sie morgen, nicht unter Rente. Call me the next day. Der Schule Psalmen sagt, wir bauen, wir bauen nicht wie alt, und sie wird leider nur noch als Verfolgung. Want jede Regel kennt op de eeuwigste maken aan les. Zodat we zouden met dat toon alles was met kennen, als meilig zijn, de achayim van de Rebbe. Toen ik maar weer zien naar de Rebbe werd meilig zijn, maar met dat zeker toon, want we kennen niet wissen, door dat we komen nog aan het huis, en alles werden goed. So we talked about Rosen. I'm sorry. He said that according to Allah, we have to do everything to extend the life of a person. And I am sure, he said, that the Rebbe would agree to do so and so, even if they would have to do such a situation in order that they should extend. So we talked about the rules. When this happened, that Shabbos, there was an Oriental young doctor, a reticent doctor. The doctor gave up. And he tells them, I don't understand you. You all know that the time that he was there, he showed that he's completely different than everybody else. How can you make now a decision because of this? I'm going to make this dissertation. That was 10 to 8. 8 o'clock, the nurse is standing by the desk where they had the monitors, starts screaming. Blood pressure, heartbeat, everything is back. We went a little bit more. Und sie geworden ausgesegnet. Dr. Wesley was standing there. He grabbed me, and as a man I talked to him very well. Leibel, he came back. There was one of the top doctors, a boyish woman, very important. After this, she called me over. She says, if people don't believe in miracles, send them here. This that the Rebbe is back, he was not here. He's back, which is a miracle. Nobody could deny we shown all the what's on this, what happened. Sure. He came 8:30, 8:15. The doctors tell us, and they gave us across the street from the hospital, they gave all three of us an apartment that we should be able to bring the families for Shabbos, go home, make a dough, have your meal, and come back. I came back 11:30. All she couldn't say. By that time, Dr. Rosen came, Dr. Leo from New Jersey. Tisholz. They all came. Everything was wonderful. They said, the monitor showed everything's the best. It came 1 o'clock, boom. Everything that happened 7 o'clock. Everything stopped. So again, he started working. And this fellow was there again and invited the arbiter. He came to 2. The doctors came in. We had a room they gave us opposite the other room. They said that this time it's over. We saw Shabbos, they went evil times. What happened over there? There's a sikhe from the Rebbe Rayatz printed in the Bunin that he gave to the Alter Rebbe's arrest. And the Rebbe writes over there that it's known that anything that has to happen to the tzaddik has to have his consent. In order that the Alter Rebbe should be able to be arrested, says the Rebbe Rayatz, it's a printed scene, but everybody can see it. The Alter Rebbe had to be masked. When they came, Yismuchad Yontiv of Simchas Stegen, the Alter Rebbe was not ready to be arrested, and they couldn't arrest him. He came a few weeks later, and they came back, the Alter Rebbe was masked. The Rebbe wanted that this day should be not Beis Tammuz but Gimel Tammuz. What's the difference between Beis Tammuz and Gimel Tammuz? What does the Tanakh tell us? What happened on Gimel Tammuz by Yeshua? Shemesh v'givoi doim. The Sas Yeshua was having a Muhammad with the Malachim, and he wanted to extend it to be sure that he's going to be an Asayah, he's going to be victor. He asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu to hold off the sun from setting, that it should not get dark, in order he should be able to continue and have the Nitzot and have the victory. When was that Zon Chazal, according to the Tanakh? It was Gimel Tammuz. What did the Rebbe want to tell us? That it should not be on Beis Tammuz. The Rebbe wanted we should know that regardless of what happened on Gimel Tammuz, is Shemesh v'givoi doim. The son of the Rebbe did not set, which means, and there's a day, there are 4 days in the Gemara. How long did Yeshua hold off the sun? Was it 4 hours? Was it 12 hours? 16 hours? And it's 1 day for 4 days. Shemesh v'givoi doim. The Rebbe wanted we should know that his sun did not set. That sun is still shining till this very day. And that's why the Rebbe didn't want that although something happened on Beis Tammuz, which couldn't make what was going this and this situation, that's not what I want to tell the scene. And the Rebbe was not asking it should be Beis Tammuz. It became Gimel Tammuz. Why? We should know that we still have the Rebbe. And this is one of the things that we think as we come to Shevat. Is that Rosh Hashanah will try to explain what Shevat is. That the business on each and every one of us, no one should make a mistake and think that we don't have a Balabais. We have a Balabos who's watching over us, he's taking care of us, he's ready to help us, he is helping us, and he's going to help us more and more. So when it comes to this month of Shevat, we're going to speak about the Indian for the Yom HaMalchus, with the Rebbe, soon that became the new Nossi, what that means for us, that became the new Nossi, as I felt that with this design, as the Rebbe is here with us.
Sitting here, I just want to camera there.
You've learned something, you're going to come also.
Back.
Wow. He is supposed to be. He was all since. יש מי שיש לו סיבוב. זה שול פאודר.
Yehem chayenu baruch yameinu baruch nege yom Rotzen קיבלו עליהם משה ובני ישראל לחודש שירו בשמחה רבה ואמרו כולם. מלכוס קראו ונכבה כהיום לפני משה זרעיני הולו ואמרו. ונאמר כשחוד אנוס יעקב וגאלה מיד חזק ממנו ברוך אתה אדוני גואל ישראל. Seinu vayenu lachaim tovim u'sholom me'atav al olam ki eir shomreinu matzaleinu oto baruch atah Adonai shomer et Adonai kol Iskadal v'iskada shmei Rabbi Olmon yivrach Yerusei v'yadek matzusei v'yatzmach v'konem v'korem v'shiche v'chayeikum v'yimeikum v'chayim v'chol beis Yisrael v'agolo v'zman kori v'hibro shmei Rabbi v'barach v'olam v'omer al-bayis v'rei nishtabach v'zmei v'zrei v'misnasei v'yisalom v'yisaleh v'yisalom shmei Leibel min Farbrengen b'shirasot v'shmachosot v'nechamosot amiron ba'alma v'hibro amen. Iskadal v'iskada shmei Rabbi Olmon yivrach Yerusei v'yadek matzusei v'yatzmach v'konem v'korem v'shiche v'chayeikum v'yimeikum v'chayim v'chol beis Yisrael v'agolo v'zman kori v'hibro amen. Rabbi v'barach v'olam v'omer al-bayis v'rei nishtabach v'zmei v'zrei v'misnasei v'yisalom v'yisaleh v'yisalom shmei v'kudsho v'richu Leibel min Farbrengen b'shirasot v'shmachosot v'nechamosot amiron ba'alma v'hibro amen. Iskabel tzroisot v'vusman v'chol beis Yisrael kodem v'avohen Shmaya v'Ibro, Amen. Yehei Shalom Rabbi Shmaya v'Chaim Tovim Aleinu v'Akol Yisrael v'Ibro, Amen. Oyse Shalom v'Moima v'Yas Shalom Aleinu v'Akol Yisrael v'Ibro, Amen.
Sorry, y'all.
Amen. Amen.
Iskadal v'iskada shmei rabo. Olmo divro kirusei v'yamnik malkusei v'yatmak v'kodei v'karei v'shichrei. V'chayeichen v'ymeichem v'chayin v'chol v'is Yisrael v'agolo v'zman kori v'yimro omei. Shmei rabo v'racholav omei omayo. Yisborei v'yishtabak v'yisboer v'yisroi mok v'yisasei v'yisador v'yisaleh v'yisalor shmei v'kutsho v'rifu. Leilo v'tkol v'choso v'shiroso v'choso v'nechamoso d'amiron v'olmo v'yimro omei. Al Yisrael v'aravono v'al-tamidei v'al-kol Davidei Samidei v'makol man l'oskin v'oiraisa v'ivasro hadein v'div v'chol asel asar Yehei l'honyo l'chon shlom v'rabo v'ida v'chista v'rachmin v'chayin arichin v'zoyno rivicho v'kol v'mikol v'mavuha v'shmayo v'imro Amen Yehei shlom v'rabo v'shmayo v'chaim tovim aleinu v'akol Yisrael v'imro Amen Oyse shalom v'loyma v'yas shalom aleinu v'akol Yisrael v'imro Amen
Rabbi said to take his seat to start my learning.
I come to my God and my sister, my right. Yes, I'm a Menashrab, when it says in the Menashrab in its place in the Lugani Ksiva at Kana and Lugani community, it does not say in the passage that I came to my God, and rather it says it's in the God, it says Lugani, Likanuni, which means my bride of chamber, the Hof in creation, the Krishna was in the Tanzania, through the Zed of Eitzadas, the Shkina went out from the earth to the Rekia. Through the sins that came from Cain and Enish, the Shekhinah went up further from the first Rekia to the second and to the third Rekia and then in the generation of the Mabul went up to the third, from the third to the fourth, as is mentioned, is brought in the Medrash Rabbah on the Pasuk, which says, like Shemaz Kol Amaya, the King's Halach Bagan. Rabbi Abba says it does not say Mahalach, rather it says Mishalech, that it was Kabitz Mazel, that it was jumping, moving up. And afterwards came 7 tzaddikim who brought the Shekhinah back down to the Mata. Abraham was Zeicha that he brought down the Shekhinah from the 7th Rekia to the 6th Rekia. Yitzchak brought it from the 6th to the 5th. Until Moshe, Hushu Ashvin, Kol Ashvin Chavivi, and Moshe was the 7th and all 7th operations, brought the Shekhinah back down into the earth. The Ikki Leviticus was in the Beis HaMikdash, it says concerning this last Mikdash Meshchan B'Soicham. B'Soicham in Emara does not say in it, but rather says B'Soicham Soichal Echad Be'echad, within every single person. This one means Tzadikim Yishu Haris Vishkun Olaleh, The tzaddikim will inherit the Aretz, which refers to Gan Eden. Why? Because they are mashkinim, which means mamshichim, they call them b'china sheikh had morim v'kodesh. That it should be in a revealed way down the matter. And this is what it means. There comes to the place where my ikash was in the beginning. The ikash was in the tachtonim. And the Indian is the tachlis, the whole purpose of Kabbalah, the creation of the world, of all of the world, is because HaKadosh Baruch had a desire to have the leaders like the tachtonim. They should be given because the matter through the avodah of a person, through the avodah miskafi and ishapa. The Shalom should come down and be clothed within the guf and within the nefesh and mahamis, and that they should conceal over and hide over the light of the neshama, and nonetheless the neshama should still be able to affect the birur and the zichuk or refining of the guf and the nefesh and mahamis, and also one's portion in the world. And this is what it means that is through the avodah of avodah sabirur in a way of miskafin, in a way of ishapa, in a way of suppressing, in a way of transforming. Like it's brought in the mind of Chazal, in the mind of the Kaliskapi, Sitra Achra is tied according to when the person has the Avodah Miskapi of Sitra Achra, it causes it should be a revelation of the glory of Kuchabrichu in all of the worlds. What does it mean for Chulu Almi? In the Kavan is talking about a level of which is in all of the worlds in an equal way, and that refers to of Kolavim that shines in all of the worlds equally. But in the worlds there are different levels. That you can't compare one of the upper worlds to the lower worlds. In the upper worlds, the earth shines in an open way. And in the lower worlds, the earth does not shine in such an open way. And there are those worlds in which the earth comes down in a way where it's completely hidden and concealed. And there are different levels. Like it says, it says in the Medrash that Hashem put forth his right hand and created the heavens, and he put forth his left hand and created the earth. And it's known that the right hand refers to the idea of earth, but Gilui represents light and revelation in a greater way. And this is what it means, even in Tifl Shemayim, that the right hand created the heavens. The heavens here refers to the upper worlds, where there is a greater revelation, the idea of Yumin, the right side, which is Gilui and earth. And the light itself comes in a way where it's revealed. And Aretz, the Kavanah, refers to the lower worlds, and they are created from the left hand, where the light is not in such a revealed way. And the light itself comes in a way which is hidden and concealed. As is known, the difference between the four worlds, it says in Pasuk Kolandik that this refers to the four worlds, Atzilus, Bri, Yitzir, and Asiyah. And one can't compare the way it is in the world of Atzilus to the way it is in the world of Bri, Yitzir, and Asiyah. In Atzilus, which is a revelation of which is an item which is Gilui HaHelem, and Atzilus also is from Lashon Esod, the Samach means that it's close by the Eibishter, and also Pirush Atzilus is from Lashon Atzol Afrasha to a portion. That therefore Atzilus is on one hand an idea of an oilam. However, Bechlalus, it's still part of the oilam, it's Ein Soif, part of the infinite worlds. Masha'enken, the world of Bri is the beginning of creation in the way of Yesh Ma'ayin. This is what it means, levels of Shmi V'Chvaydi. It's my name and my glory. That is the world which is Miyuchud B'Yadayim, which is the one with the Eibishter. And that is talking about the world of Atzilus, which is the oilam of Yichud and Iskavus of oneness. The earth there is in a way of absolute revelation, because you can't compare it at all to the way it is in the worlds of Bri, Yitzir, and Asiyah, because in Bri, Yitzir, and Asiyah, they're within themselves, there is also different levels, so you can't compare the light the way it is in Olam Abriya, and then you have Olam Yitzir and Olam Asiyah. However, all of this only applies to the earth which comes to give vitality to the world in a way of Mamalak Amen. But in the light, which is not the Mailam Shaykhus Alamis, which is beyond a relationship with the world, which is an earth Hasoif Amen, it comes in a way where it encompasses the worlds, so that shines in all of the worlds in an equal way. And that's what it means B'chulu Almin, that the light comes down in the way that Hakshaka is in all worlds equally. However, in order to bring down this level of light which is in all of the worlds equally, that is to the Avodah Birunim in the way of Iskapi and Ishapataka. And that's what it means, that when you suppress the Sitra Achra, when a person plays through his Avodah, the Iskapi Sitra Achra, and his Hapat transformation of darkness to light, then one has the advantage of light that comes from the darkness Dafka. That is, when the darkness itself is transformed into light, and then you have the advantage of light. But the light that shines in a revealed way, until it can shine down here, Mamish. And that is that the earth comes down in such a way that the way of its Hamshaka is in all of the worlds equally, and that is what it means. That is talking about this level of earth, which is the Arasayim, which is drawn down in all of the worlds, and it's the way that it comes down that it's so that it encompasses the worlds in an equal way. and therefore it shines down here in the lower world the same way it shines in the upper world. And this is what it means also in Mikdash V'Shkanti B'Seicham, B'Seichel Echad Echad, through the Avodah in a way Biskapi is transforming darkness to light. Through this it calls the advantage of light, which is this Dalit Yokar to Kuchu B'Chol B'Chol Almin, that it should shine in an open way, the Ora Soiv Kitzum. Ikosh Shkin B'Tatoinim, Yivar, the Kamanas Kriyas HaElmois, She'iyah Dir B'Tatoinim, V'Nasa Yiskap, V'Ishap, V'Shemavshif, Ora Soiv, V'Shidel B'Chol Almin Shalem. And it says this was the avodah in the Mishkan, and the Mikdash itself was the avodah in Sabirudim, in the avodah of Iskapia, which brings and elevates also to the level of Ishap, of transforming darkness to light. And therefore, one of the avodas which was in the Mikdash was the avodah of Karbonos. And the avodah of Karbonos was a spiritual avodah Shevat Nefesh, which applies within the soul. And that's why there had to be the involvement of the Kohen and Levim in the avodah of Karbonos through their songs and their music at the time of bringing the carbon, because it is a spiritual avodah. And the avodah of the carbon, the way it applies in our the avodah of the nefesh within the person, because it says in the pasuk Adam ki yakrim became carbon labai min abahim min abakar min chulu. That we have a question: if the kavanah is here just to explain to us the details of the laws of the karbanos, then it should have said Adam became ki yakrim carbon labai in kach mishpat. So this will be the laws of how one brings the carbon and all of its various halachas. If so, why does the pasuk say Adam ki yakrim became? So there's no, the explanation on this is that it's coming to explain the avodah of the Indian of Karbonos, the way it is in the avodah of the person, and this is what it means Adam ki yakrim. The person, when he wants to draw close to Elokus, that it is mikem carbon la'avayim, that it's from you, and it's through you, that it's on you is dependent. The matter to become a carbon la'ashem, that is to draw close to Avaya. And it's known that the Karbonos is also the idea of drawing close one's koiches and pushing one's capacities and one's strengths, one's talent. And with this it comes to explain, when a person wants to draw close to Elokus, it is mikem, it is from you. That means that the matter is dependent on you, that a person should not come and say, how am I able to draw close to Elokus, especially when a person knows their essence of who they are and how lowly they are and how dirty they are, with certain things which are not so good, but and if so, he is in a state of absolute distance from Elokus. So how am I able to draw close to Elokus? And so this is what it means in the possible. It says that it is still dependent on you, that every single yid is able to say when my deeds reach those at the level of Abraham Yitzchak and Yaakov, and there is no limitations on this whatsoever. And there is nothing which can obstruct and prevent this Chalila from elevating ourselves and to reach this level to draw close to Elokus. And he shines himself in every single one of us according to our koyach and our capacity. As brought in the Medrash Rabbah, Hashem says the Yidden, when I ask, I'm not asking according to my ability, but rather according to their ability, according to the ability of every single individual. That through this, the koyach of every single individual has the ability to elevate themselves and to reach the highest of levels. And this is what it means, Adam ki yakriv, that in order for a person to draw close to Elokus, it is mikem, it is from you, it's dependent on you, that is mikem carbon la'avayim, that from you bring a carbon to Avayim. The Kavanah is not only talking about a carbon of an actual behemoth, but rather it is mikem, it is from you. And the pasuk continues that it's min ha-behema, that refers to the animal which is in the heart of a person, which is the nefesh ha'amis. And then the pasuk details min ha-bakar, min ha-tzoyin, whether it's from the cattle or from the sheep. This refers to the different levels that exist within within different types of nefesh ha'amis. As known in it is that one can't compare the type of birurim is different from every single individual. There are those the nefesh ha'amis is like a goring ox, someone who has very coarse middays. And then there are those who are like the sheep, which is behemoth daka, which is a small animal. Even though it is still considered a behemoth, however, it's more eidel akopanim, as explained by Riches in Kuntrus Atfilat of Rish Samach. And this is what it means that you will bring as karban chem your karban. And when it comes to the physical karban, they bring a physical animal onto the mizbeach, and there was a fire which came from above. This is brought in the Gemara in Yuma, that this fire which came from above was crouching like a lion. That there was a coal which fell from the heavens in the time of Shlomo HaMelech onto the Mizbeach, says Rashi, and the Zohar says that this is the lion which consumes the karbanos. So too in the avodah of the nefesh ha'adam, there is an eish which comes from above, and that is the flaming fires of the nefesh ha'lekis. Like it says in the pasuk, "V'shafer ish be'eish al hebes yudkei." It It says in the Medrash Rabbah, which is brought in the Yaakov, that it's like the fire which comes from above, that the fire does not put out the water, and the water does not extinguish the fire. That is, even though it is in the nature of the Nefesh Elikis that it has this fiery flame of Ahavot Elokus, and this is like the fire which comes from above, that the water is not able to extinguish it. And the water here refers to the Mayim Rabim, which is the Ribuyat Tirdas, is all of the worries that a person has in Tirdas HaParnasa, and all of the different confusions that result in all the Tirdas, Shayim Samababel, and B'Toyim Avodah, which confuse a person from the Torah and Avodah. And nonetheless, we say that even the Naharis, even the raging rivers, are not able to wash the love away, because the fiery flames of love of the Nefesh Elikis is like the fire which came from above, that we say that the water was not able to extinguish it. And with this, there has to be the Hakrava of the Nefesh Bahamas. That means that also the Nefesh Bahamas should have a love towards Elokus. Like it says in the Pasuk B'Havta, Zavai Lekecha B'chol Avavcha, and Chazal explained Bishnei Yitzrech Yeshivah Shule with both of your Yetzers, that even the Nefesh Bahamas should have a love for Elokus. And this comes through the Nefesh Elikis being clothed within the Nefesh Bahamas. In the beginning, the Nefesh Bahamas has no idea, no understanding or sensitivity whatsoever to godliness. However, through the enclosing of the Nefesh Elikis within the Nefesh Bahamas, and the Nefesh Elikis is contemplating on Elokus in a way that also the Nefesh Bahamas is able to comprehend, through this it causes the Nefesh Bahamas should also be drawn close to Elokus. And as explained elsewhere, it creates a chakika clause in the Nefesh Bahamas to Elokus, and that is, the Elokus is something that can be understood in a comprehensible way. And afterwards, after this avodah of affecting the Nefesh Bahamas, we have the Rabbi the additional grain which is produced with the strength of an ox, that we transform from the animalism, and it becomes elevated and becomes incorporated within the fiery desire of the Nefesh Elikis. Just like the physical carbon became refined in all the nitzusim, all the sparks that come from the Doimon Sameach Chai, so too over here, through drawing close in the spiritual sense, the carbon in the spiritual sense, he refines and transforms the darkness of the Nefesh Bahamas into light. And this one means also within every single Jew, that through the avodah in a way is kafim. And the ikar is that it should be maybe the ishapah, that the subduing should bring to a transformation. So through this kalis kafi sidrafi then you have the open revelation of the light in the light of the Sefer Kolam and Chulu. Kitzu Yivar in Hakarbanot Bavodas Ha'adam Kiyak the Adam Kiyak Tzartis became carbon. Eish Lamayt Eish Lamata Av Nefesh Elikis Nefesh Bahamas Av the Nefesh Bahamas Ba Ali Dei Savshas Nefesh Elikis Nefesh Bahamas.
What happened on the day of the Stalkus of Tzaddik? So now the Rebbe teaches us in the Geras HaKodesh from Ches, Geras HaKodesh that he wrote these Rebbe Yitzchak Badochevon, when Rebbe Yitzchak's son Rebbe passed away, so now the Rebbe sent him and Yitzchak Leibel. Last Yitzchak Leibel that the Rebbe tells something very, very fantastic. Now the Rebbe says that in the course of the lifetime of a tzaddik, all the accomplishments that he accomplishes in the way of learning Torah and performing mitzvahs, although as a result of that, he causes a revelation of Kedusha, but so long as he's alive, not always to be seen in an open way. On the day of his Stalkus, of his passing, says Rabbi, all almost were open nafshu. whole word for the toilet that he toiled in the course of his life, has an elevation. They all get to come together, and they have an elevation, and they are elevated to a very, very high level. And from that high level, what we quote today is downloaded that Nimshah, such a level of Kedusha, said the Alter Rebbe, that this level of Kedusha has the ability, the Chaper of Avoyin Haver, to forgive on the negativity of the generation, not only on those behaviors, those actions that were done unintentionally with Chicago, but even as a dangerous, even if something was done intentionally, so as a result of the Kedusha that the tzaddik brings forth, as a result of his avodah in the course of his lifetime, so the forgiveness, the level of forgiveness is not only Chicago, but also Zedekis. The Rebbe mentioned over here a very interesting point. We know on Yom Kippur the Eidishter also begins. Although, I'll say, Itzumah shel yoyim mechaber, the very fact that we fast on Yom Kippur, that's what it is, which means to say, even if you don't have an intention of tshuva or so forth, so Itzumah shel yoyim is mechaber. Over here, the Rebbe says, he doesn't speak anything about Itzumah, about the Ian, what your gift is. He said, he doesn't mention Chuvas of the Rebbe, he doesn't mention what you have to do on your part. Over here, the whole focus, you have to fast with the gift. Someone say, if you don't think because Itzumah Shoyai means the very essence of the gift, the fact it's a different world also doesn't. Over here, the Rebbe doesn't say what the people from the generation had to do in order that they should merit the forgiveness. So, the Rebbe, could you imagine, can we think what level of Kedusha is brought down on the Yom HaStalkus from the tzaddik to that extent? And then the Rebbe says that we should not think that this takes place only at that time, on that day, in that year, when the tzaddik passed away, but being that it says in the Megillah, Hayomim ha'elu nizkorim v'nasim, says Tari HaKodesh, that was mean nizkorim v'nasim, that when we observe Purim, the Nasim, all the Kedusha, all the levels of Kedusha that was brought down on Purim, the Nasim is brought down every year again. Similarly, every Yom Tov, it's a Yom Melum Niskatim, the Nasim, that the Kedusha of Pesach, the Kedusha of Sukkot, Shavuos, is all brought down again. But however, being that the Rebbe says in Yigeres HaKedesh Yudalot, that every Rosh Hashanah, HaKadosh Baruch Hu reveals, Eir Elyon Kazeh, Shema Oilom Lo Yehoyim Me'er Ba'oilom, that on Rosh Hashanah, HaKadosh Baruch Hu reveals such a high level of Kedusha that till this Rosh Hashanah was never revealed before. And then the Rebbe said one time by Farbrengen when he quoted this in Yigeres HaKedesh, when the Rebbe says that Ma'olam Lo Hoyim Me'er Ba'olam was never revealed, said the Rebbe that this high level of Kedusha that the Eibush revealed to us this Rosh Hashanah, with that year, whatever it was, said the Rebbe, not Avram Yitzchak or Yaakov merited or was able to have it, not Moshe Va'aron, not the Nevi'im, not the Tanoim, not the Amoraim, and the Rebbe went down the list, and then he paused. And then he said, if I may say, but with Megzom, I will say that not the Baal Shem Tov, not the Magid, not the Alter Rebbe, not the Leibel Rebbe, not the Rebbe Tzemach Tzedek, not the Rebbe Marash, not the Rebbe Nishmusein, not the Shver. No one will say that to such a high level of Kedusha that we have now. Being that the Kedusha that's revealed on Rosh Hashanah, why is it called the Rosh Hashanah? Because the Rosh of the person That is the source of life. When you inquire about it, the same way, the day of Rosh Hashanah becomes the source of life for all the days of that year. So every day of that year is permeated with that level of Kedusha that was brought down on Rosh Hashanah that year, which is such a high level that was never revealed. So when it comes the day of the Yortzeit, the day of the Histalkus of the Tzaddik, so the level of Kedusha that the Tzaddik brought down when he passed away, it's not comparable to that level of Kedusha that is being mentioned now as a result of this coming, having the Shvachos to the Kedusha of Rosh Hashanah. What does that mean, Dr. Rebbe? That every year, on the Yom HaHilul from the Tzaddik, the Eibush revealed the level of Kedusha on a higher level than it was originally. So you can imagine what level of forgiveness, of kapodah, that we are getting tonight as a result of this being the Yom HaHilul from the Rebbe Rayaz. And the male is better in for Nimshah of Kedusha Kazoo, which is Mechaper, forgives on the sin, and not only Shadoga, but also the union from Leibel. What does that have to shaykhs to Yud Shevat of the Rebbe's Messiahs of Rosh Hashanah and Malachim? The Chazal say that there are three situations when the Eibusher forgives a person on all his averos. And one is when a person is over with the group, when he's elevated to a certain high post, a high level, so HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moilel Lo Yavolo Meneso. He bowed that on Yud Shvat, and you then over the Kedusha. What does that mean on Yud Shvat over the Kedusha? So we know the Meister with the Baal Shem Tov and with the Medrishim Magid and the Baal Shem Tov's son, Rebbe Tzvi. When the Baal Shem Tov was nostalgic, so the Chassidim made his son Rebbe Tzvi for the Mani Yisrael, for the Rebbe. When he came the first Yortzeit, Shavuos, Tov Kuf Tov Aleph, a year later, Rebbe Tzvi said that my father came to him and told him that the Balmadi Shomayim, all the Yonim from above, all the Kedusha from above, was transferred to Rebbe, to the Medrishim Magid, and you should give it over to him. He got up, he took off the coat or whatever, the bag, whatever it has, that he had from his father, and he put it on to the Medrishim Magid, and he told the Medrishim Magid, and now you sit at the head of the table. That means to say that the Shas of the oil to be a Rebbe, everything, all the Malachim and all the Neshamas, whatever you want to call it, the Mamal Shomayim, goes over to the new Rebbe. Just to interject with the Meister. There was one person that came before the Chassid to the Rebbe and asked the Rebbe to be beside the Kedusha. The Rebbe asked the Kallah, are you going to wear a shekel? He said, no. The Rebbe says, how are you going to cover your head? She said, I'll put it on the table. Something to cover. And the Rebbe tells her, but the nature of the table that it slips off, and the women are not so excited to put it right back. So maybe there'll be a period of time that she will be uncovered. And if that's the case, I cannot be beside the Kedusha. That was a week and a half before the Chassid. The day of the Chuppah, the Chassid comes to 770, waiting for the Rebbe to come. When the Rebbe walks into 770, he walks over to the Rebbe, and I'm standing there. That's why I know the story. And he says, Rebbe, the Kallah asked to give over a message to the Rebbe that she decided that she is going to wear a shekel, and the male she hopes that the Rebbe will agree to be Homas de Masada Kedusha. And the Rebbe tells the Chosin, tell your Kallah it's too late. So the Chosin tells the Rebbe it's 10:30, the Chuppah is going to be 7:30 at night. Why does the Rebbe say it's too late? And the Rebbe tells him of Yiddish, Mistamen, that you speak in bed and sign beside the Kedusha, hast du nicht gemeint, mir allein, hast du gemeint, die alle, was kommen zusammen mit mir. Und if I never say Dushbet, I assume that when you asked me to be beside the Kedushin, you didn't mean me, myself, but you meant all those that come along with me. And to invite them now, it's too late. So we see that the Shlasmi say that the Rebbe is over the Kedushin, all the union, all, well, I don't have to describe it, but Malach and the Yeshivah, Kedushin, the place was funny, I want to call it, all the three is, are transferred to the new Rebbe. The Baal the Rebbe is over Kedushin, and that level is Moed Mavoy. The Baal, he is the Neshama Klolos from God's Klal Yisrael of his generation. So just like Yisram the Mechila, the forgiveness, for him, automatically all the Neshamas that are incorporated, included in this Neshama of the Rebbe, also have that forgiveness. Comes also according to that tonight, you imagine what level of Kedusha, mitzad, on the part of the Rebbe Rayatz, which has resulted in that level of Kedusha. We have the Kapora, the level of Kedusha that's on the part of the Rebbe. So just stop for a minute and think. No day in the year could you have a combination of such two high levels of Kedusha as you have on Yeshivah. And that's why the first, when you take out the context, in the letter that the Rebbe wrote about Yeshivah, Likras Yom HaGodol VaHaKodesh. When do we say Yom HaGodol VaHaKodesh? On Shabbos, after you went to Suda, and you start benching, and you say that Shevat Aliseinu B'Yom HaShabbos Hazeh Ki Yom Zeh Godel V'Kodesh Ulu Konecha. On Rosh Hashanah, you don't say Yom HaGodol VaKodesh. On Pesach, you don't say it, Yahweh V'Yom. On Yom Kippur, we say the Yom HaKodesh. Says the Rebbe that Yud Shvat is Yom HaGodol VaKodesh, that the Kedusha of Yud Shvat is so great that it's impossible to understand what it is. But what does that Kedusha accomplish? It accomplishes that we become cleansed, that we open a new leaf, so to say. But that the ganzen drain completely clean from everything before, and we start now a new life. What does that mean in other words of the Rebbe? We have to realize that on each part, a Yid is be giving that ability that now he should be able to accomplish more in the Iyim from Nibud HaTeil, more in the Iyim from Kiyam HaMitzvahs, more in the Iyim from Apotos HaMyondas, and all the Apotos HaYadus, because now he has nothing to interfere with him. And this, he said that this conduct interferes, that thing, that Shabbat in the head, but you don't have all that tonight, because all that was taken away. From the Rebbe that we have to realize what we have. And if Chas V'Sholom, we're not going to utilize that, said the Rebbe, that it's comparable. That when you say to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, thank you very much, but I don't have the time for it. And these are words of the Rebbe, I'm saying my own. The Rebbe said that if you're not going to use and apply this additional, this new, I'm sure this new greater, new revelation that's given to you from such a high level, and you put it on the shelf, and you don't use it, the Rebbe used those words, a boom from the Zogner, maybe it's been a daike the Leibel Shalom, the Homeless can cite for them, the Kansas Land and sit Chas V'Sholom. These are words from the Rebbe that we heard, word for word. And thank you very much. I don't have the time for you, you can take it back. And the Rebbe added, would there be such a fool to say that for this Baruch? But if you're not going to use it, you're that fool. This is the other thing. So what is all this speaking? What the Rebbe is telling us, that we have to appreciate and understand that starting from tonight, we are able to accomplish more, both for ourselves and also for others and for the whole world. And maybe what has to be the result, said the Rebbe, that from this Farbrengen we have to make such strong resolutions. And not a resolution that next year we're going to come and say that I'm going to fulfill the Rebbe. This is what the Rebbe said one time. In Kukume Berayor, und sorge da Achbote, was wir verbunden und war Jodem, will Heimtung an ihm arbeiten. He said a resolution that I took upon last year. Don't be, I don't have time to work with it. But now I'm going to start working with it. The resolution for tonight has to start working immediately. So what we're trying to reveal, to relate to the Rebbe, again, things what the Rebbe himself told us, he's teaching us actually, that starting from tonight we have a new koyach, a new ability, and we have to use it. And the able to help that each and every one would not only appreciate, but see themselves, which I mentioned once before, it's not enough. That is the kernel. It has to be the you have to bring it to your heart. It has to be the meaning that the heart should feel what you really understand. Because the Rebbe said, if you only remain on the level of seichel, of understanding, it doesn't necessarily have to have an effect on action. As the Rebbe said, there are people that understand things very well, and they teach it very well, but when it comes to practicality, they do just the opposite of what they do. Why? Because they didn't bring it down to the heart. They should feel that this is it. To remain on the intellectual level, and intellect doesn't necessarily have to have an effect on your behavior. So the Rebbe, that's what it said, that's a like it has to affect your heart. You guide Hashem, don't stop with your guide. Of course, it must be your guide. But your guide has to extend itself, and it has to affect the Hashem, and then the Rebbe says that will, so to say, encourage you and give you that feeling, that recognition, and without that you have to work with that. And then the Rebbe is to help you that, and we just think the Rebbe Yam Kazobeton stellt sich auf eine Minute und gibt der Tag, was tut sich jetzt. Stop for a minute and think what level of reduction is being given to each and every one tonight. Which I know all the time of the year where you have the Rebbe combination from such two high levels which can come together, and we know when two things get together, it's even stronger, much stronger than individual. Remember, the good over here is what the Rebbe is trying to make us realize and appreciate for our benefit. Do work, and the Rebbe should not live like. The high behind. I want to sing a niggun. And before I start that niggun, I'm going to tell you a story about the niggun. The niggun is, when the Rebbe arrived in the United States, both Chesed and Tovshin Aleph, before Sukkot of Tovshin Bey, the Rebbe Rayatz asked the Rebbe that he should send a night where he's going to make a simple space, which means he's going to Farbrengen, and the Rebbe said, this is to be specifically for Yeshivah Shule. Unless other people want to come, but I want you to address Yeshivah Shule. And it should be announced if he could have said. It's not only for the Baba Talmidim, this simple space is for all Talmidim of the York. Whoever wants is invited to come. So the Rebbe set up a night of the Sukkah. The Rebbe came into the Sukkah, he took a piece of Mezenes, or Mezenes, placed it by Sukkah. Then he took a tea glass. He took a bottle of vodka, he filled it up to the top, he made a shahabil, and when he started to drink, he made sure that he drank half of the glass. And the Rebbe started saying the season. After the season, the Rebbe started himself listening. After a few minutes, the Rebbe got up, and he said he wants to go around all the tables in the sukkah. After dancing 10-15 minutes, the Rebbe picks up his hand, Adkan HaKofa Albert. People couldn't have seen this place as the Eva, Adkan HaKofa Albert. The Rebbe sat down, he took the flesh from Mashkin, he filled up his cup, L'chaim, again. And this happened at one time, and a third and a fourth time. Each time, after he finished the Sikha, he sang this name and made a coffin. After we finished the Farbrengen, the Rebbe said the other three hakofas I'm going to finish Mini Atzeres before the Rebbe starts his Farbrengen. Tovshin, Leibel, Gimel, Babel, Hey, Gov, Zayin, Tes, Yud. Each time there were 7 hakofas. The only niggun that the Rebbe ever sang by all those hakofas and all those years was only this niggun. So we have the kids, the young guys, even the older guys, we labeled this niggun the Rebbe's niggun. People thought that the Rebbe doesn't know more than one niggun. When it came, Simchat Torah, Tovshin Gimel, the thing that the Rebbe asked is, the somebody that knows that Bilchol Apostle is, huh? Slutcher is niggun. The famous thing with the Baal Shem said, whoever's going to sing it with the Kabbalah, he's going to sing along. So nobody responded. Then Peter Rebbe sitting at the head of the table, and the Rebbe sitting to his left. And the Rebbe goes to him, "Nu?" So the Rebbe started singing the niggun solo, the whole niggun. When he finished, said the Rebbe Rayaz, in the Babbage, there were 2 neschois. Some people sang it this way, and some sing it that way. The nusach that we just hear, that is the nusach that my father said is the Emerson nusach. And then he turns to the Rebbe, Mistama des the Oislan and the Meilim B'nigim. Mistama, you're going to show. So then we saw, you know, in the B'nigim. Al Capone, I did There was a Yid that he had a young son. He said till the age of 16, he sent him to Yeshivah. At the age of 16, the son said he wants to learn a trade. So every week he would send him money that he should buy only kosher food. A few months passed, and the son writes to his father, "You don't have to send any more home for kosher food, because I stopped eating kosher food the other day." Father became voice. He tried to convince him, and he said, "Go nicht geholfen." Then he found out that he wanted to let go. He spoke to one of his principals of the Baba Chochosid. So the command of Baba Chochosid said, "Go into the Rebbe and ask the Rebbe for Eitzah." He went into the Rebbe, he told the Rebbe, and the Rebbe says, "You should continue sending your son money to kosher food." And the Rebbe says, "Ani maftiach, I assure you that eventually your son is going to come back." Those were the words that came out. He told us, the Rebbe told him, number one, don't stop sending him. And the Rebbe also said, you should continue to show him that you love him, you like him, you're happy with him. Not happy when he's your son. And I promise, the Rebbe said, Ani maftiach, I promise you he's going to come back. As time went on, the son went down and down. But what strengthened him? What he heard from the Rebbe. When the son became 18 years old, suddenly, a week before that Rosh Hashanah, he called his father and he says, "I would like to spend Rosh Hashanah with you and Nami." With open arms. He was Rosh Hashanah, please come. He came and they went to shul together, tears together. Came Yom Kippur, he stayed for Yom Kippur. He went back. A week later, he called his father. He said, "I want to tell you, I started putting on you." A week later, he called him. I started to keep Shabbos. And so, slowly but surely, that son became a full-fledged Baal Tshuva, and Haitis of the Baba Chochosid. What happened over there? And I'm telling you a story with a Kabbalah. What did the Rebbe tell him? Don't break your bridges. Don't, burn your bridges. The Rebbe always told people, who unfortunately in many cases come up where a child strays, they got their head in the hand, and they come to the Rebbe, should we send them away the wrong way because he shouldn't affect the other children? And the Rebbe said, today, there are cell phones, there's telephones, there's all different ways. If they want to have a contact, you won't even know they have a contact. But so long that that child will be in the house, that child will see that you feel for them. You don't know what's going to result. And to give you one example, a very extreme example to me was, there was a mishpocha, a Chassidish mishpocha, comes into the office, that was after Gil Thomas. They have a 16-year-old daughter that the learning room is completely out. And they're very concerned about the children. So I told him this and I told him what the Rebbe's opinion was. You mean we should hold them? Yeah. He comes back, she doesn't come to the Seder, doesn't come to Kiddush, she doesn't get to Yom Kippur, Groner. 2 years later, he comes, he said, "I want to thank you." I said, "Not thanking me, I just told you the Rebbe said something." Last Friday night, she says, she's singing by the Seder. A month later, in Gevezin Pesach, she came to the Seder. Last week, she became engaged to a Bochor Hashem B'Teiru Mitzvahs, and he made up with her. If we get married, our house is going to be Hashem B'Teiru Mitzvahs. What does mean? Shabbos, Kashrus, Mikvah, other good Sachen. And she said, okay. A year and a half later, he comes, Mother Tov, was a Gebongen am Leibel, and the houses are shtud with the age to do. Why am I saying this, Maisa? Because we have to have, the Rebbe tells this gentleman, don't give up. That has to be a lesson for us in every old area. You have problems and the hin, and the sitz, with Shevat, the Herr Nai Rosh Rebbe, The Rebbe should know that it's eternal, it's a nitzchias. This should be a guideline for many of our mishpochas that are on Islam. They have this, unfortunately, more than we want. But this should be the guideline what the Rebbe is telling us, how we have to react in such a situation. That's why I told this Meister and tell you how we saw many, many cases where they followed this, so to say, guideline of the Rebbe, but we both Hashem soft to soft, here we came back. There is a Meister. One year, Chok David Tavis, in the time of the Frierdiker Rebbe, there was a very big Geschmack of Farbrengen in 770. The oil mekanim masker of Shmuel had verbracht, jemand gewesen, äußer gewinnt, the Wochen can get over it. The other year Elter said that there was a real result. Touching Farbrengen, if you want to call it. The next day, one of the Elter Chassidim that was Badat Farbrengen wrote a report to the Frierdiker Rebbe, describing to him as much as he could how this Farbrengen went. A day later, he showed us a letter that he got from the Frierdiker Rebbe. The Rebbe writes to him, first of all, thank you very much for the Yeshivah Shule, that there was a Farbrengen and what kind of Farbrengen it was. And then the Rebbe writes to him, Alme Tato Kegavne da Alme Yilo. Alme Yilo Kegavne da Alme Tato. The lower world is compared to the upper worlds, has comparisons. The upper world has comparisons to shame. Sheikh Hasidim, Menisvadim, Kan Ba'al Taton, Kak Yechna Hisvadus, Behechel, Shobal Hayulunum, Behechel Babulunum. Who are the participants that come to the Farbrengen in the upper world? The others, Moshe La'aden, Alan Lee. Bala Hayulunum, Yeshivah Shule, he is sitting at the head of the table, Umigale, Rosei Kene, Sha'afilu Ha'ovas Ad Oz Loim Shom, he said. That the Baal HaYelula is revealing such deep meanings, interpretations of the Torah, that even the others still then didn't know about it. And then the Rebbe writes, Mikivin Shaloyim Nemen, Eina Oiza the same Arisoy, a faithful shepherd does not forget his flock. B'shas v'oisei regel, shehu osuk, b'neshomas hakadoshos ha'elu, that is busy with them, habal hilulu lo sheicheach al ha'chasidim shavoi l'matum. He doesn't forget about his chasidim by him. And then the Rebbe writes, hu loya Kol echod v'echad shebol l'hishtatev b'ha'esvadu shemekunshin v'yem ha'ilulu shaloi. The Baal HaLula sees everyone who is sitting down here, who came to participate in the Esvadus, which is connected with Zayim HaLulu, but Noisaf al ha'berochis shebal HaLulu mevodet kol Am Yisrael, Noisaf al ha'berochis Shevat Halulu Mevorech Es Chasidum, who Mevorech Brochum Yuchedes, Nikol Echod Ve'echod, Shebol Hishtate Ba'Esvadu Shaloi, who Poseya Tzino Chodosh, Sha'yidei Tzino Chodosh Hazen, who Mashpia Brochus Nisofis Nikol Echod Shebol Hishtate Ba'Esvadus. The Rebbe says that the Baal HaLula sees everyone that's here, and he gives blessings in addition to the blessings that he blesses all Yidden, and especially his Chassidim. He gives special blessings to all of those that participated in this Farbrengen, and in addition to that, the Tzaddik opens up a new channel to each and every one through which he's going to download all the brachos that he needs. What is the Rebbe telling us? We are sitting here now by the Hisvadus for Yom Elul from the Rebbe Rayatz, by the Hisvadus for Yom HaMalchus from the Rebbe. They are having Farbrengens wherever they are with all the But they don't forget about us of the Rebbe. The Rabbi see each and every one of us, they're blessing each and every one of us, and opening a new channel to each and every one of us. When this letter was read, Beis Nissen, which comes after Chabad Tevis, and Elter the Chosed got up, and he took a glass of mashke, and he said, Rebbe L'chaim. If the Rebbe Riyad says that he sees everyone, that means he's here with us. So this Chosed felt that it's not something that's not plain words. He felt that the Rebbe Rashal, not based listening, is here with him, with all of us. He built, I can't forget all the Rebbe L'chaim. We have to understand that what's taking place here tonight. It's just unimaginable. We have no words to describe it, but this is a fact. What does this mean? The Rebbe says, the Rebbe writes that the Rebbe and the Baal and the Rebbe is branching each and every one of us, opening up a new channel to each and every one of us. We have to make ourselves proper vessels to receive it. Like the Rebbe said, the Rebbe Rashab said, a bracha is like rain. When will the rain accomplish that things will grow? If you prepare the ground properly, you thresh it, make it, you throw in the seed, but if the rain is going to flow on some earth, it's bad important. Nothing's going to happen out of it. We know that all this is here, but we have to make the keli. We have to make the proper vessel. And we are taught what the proper vessel is. Take out the yang. Then you have to lay the Rebbe's Maimon, the Rebbe's Seelers, the Rebbe's Kodesh. You have to follow the Rebbe's instructions. That becomes the vessel. In other words, what we are being told, that on the part of the Rebbe, of the Rabbi, they are doing everything that they can, what they should and they could do to help us. Now it depends on us. How are we going to utilize all those yonim that are being revealed, that are being downloaded to us, that as time as we start the new year, so to say, that we see that we're doing what they expect us to do, and then it's not because we see more unspoken, that we don't do it with a present. You do it because you have to do it, and you know you could do it, you have to do it. The Groner, what the Rebbe and Ayaz is trying to explain to us, on these special days, there's so many inyonim that are taking place, but that are obeying themselves, regardless of whether they're up in the highest worlds. They're doing and bringing down, because, as the Rebbe says in that here is a Kodesh, Pelu Yeshua's Bekera Ba'odes. Now the Rebbe said that the tzaddik doesn't need these higher levels for himself. It's not important. His kavanah is that a chili pearl, and the Rebbe ties it up. Bekera Ba'odes. No, in the depths of the audience, how low it should be, as at the lowest level of audience of Gashminis, it's also Pelu Yeshua's. There you come to show with them. So if we just think what is taking place and what's happened here tonight, how can we not, to a certain extent, be a little bit moved? Stuckton of this, automatically, it's something's going on. Wenn wir dann Menschen so eine Zilische Farbrengen können, we can make a kosher, and the Rebbe said that this was a Zilische Farbrengen for the conference of people more than all can. That was a mention and the unequals of which one another, that the Farbrengen for Shevat from both the young Simon and Rebbe Rayatz, especially what's related to us, which is closer to us, from the Rebbe and the Sitarenu, that we have to wish that we will be the proper vessels and to accomplish this, what this Farbrengen is doing tonight. L'chaim.
Turn around.
buying the pizza in 1 minute.
Not behind the mechitza. Not behind the mechitza. Hirschel. Not behind the mechitza. Tell them in the shul. Caleb.
Just to tell you, you know, for those who don't know, this Yeshivah Shule was born in a city where the food was not. Somehow, as a young boy, he found a Tanya, he started learning Tanya, and he went through a very difficult time. Mamish, they were hitting him, and they did everything possible. So finally, someone took him and sent him away. Now the Rebbe had a host of him, the Rebbe Rashav, the Rebbe Marash said, by this Rebbe we were always malachim, angels, who were ready to carry out some of his missions. And very special. When he became, I think, 50, 60 years old, Rebbe Apostle was in Tofresh Ches, if I'm not mistaken. Rebbe Apostle said him to be by the Tzemach Tzedek. Before he left, Rebbe Apostle gave him a letter, an envelope, and he said, don't read it. He closed it. Don't open the letter to read. On the way, he wanted to see exactly what Rebbe wrote to Tzemach Tzedek, and he read the letter. When he came to the Babbage, it was about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. He went straight into the Beis Medrash, and suddenly the Tzemach Tzedek's Kabbai comes out. Someone just came from the Milchal Abotsker, and he has a letter for the Rebbe. Let him come up. He was so bewildered that he didn't hear what they were saying. A short while later, the Gabbai comes out again. Then he heard, so he ran over. And he tells me, so geh rein zum Rebbe. Auf alle Fälle, he comes into the Rebbe and he lost himself. As did itself, Rashbaz. The Rebbe went over and put his hand in his pocket and took out the letter. When he read it, but of their own result was layman. They told you not to read the letter, how did you dare read the letter? Shame. State of Babish. The Rebbe Tzemach Tzedek took him to be a Malamed for the Rebbe Marash. When the Rebbe Rashab was the Bar Mitzvah Bocher around that age, the Rebbe Marash took the Rashbatz to be the Malamed of the Rebbe Rashab. And when the Rebbe Rayatz was of that age, the Rebbe Rashab took the Rashbatz to be the Malamed of the Rebbe Rayatz. That means that he was a Rebbe, a teacher, or Rebbe, when he was Malamed of 3 Rabbi. So you can imagine who he was that the Rabbi would feel that he. So the Shmuel told us that the ones asked the Rashbatz, does the Rebbe Rashab have Ruach HaKodesh? When the Rebbe Rashbatz answered, I know that he's a Rebbe. If the Rebbe needs Ruach HaKodesh, he has Ruach HaKodesh. If the Rebbe doesn't need Ruach HaKodesh doesn't make the Rebbe. The Rebbe is a Rebbe with Ruach HaKodesh, on Ruach HaKodesh. Said Reb Shmuel, but also a Rebbe is a Rebbe, mit Lofsim, without Lofsim, that doesn't make the Rebbe. And that was, he said, don't think that when you hear him based on Rebbe, the Rebbe became a bigger Rebbe. It became a Heilige Rebbe. So if it does Stussen, Shebe Stussen, that doesn't make a Rebbe. Why does the Eibishter make it? The Rebbe is looking Shayich or Ve'amunah. That one of the ways that the Eibishter reveals of the Kuz Ba'olam are the Eishes and Beishim Shalat Tzadikim. That's what the Rebbe was Shayich Ve'amunah. So in the purpose is to bring more Makadusha. When they the Shashi here, Maishik from the Rebbe, they can be roof. Don't think that it adds anything. The Rebbe's are Rebbe's, as I mentioned by the Farbrengen yesterday. The Shmuel told us this Maisa also. There was a famous local Chernobyl that the Rebbe did a shidduch with him. It was they heard from the Magid that Mashiach has come from the oldest Talmud and the youngest Talmud. The local Chernobyl, the father of local Chernobyl, was the oldest Talmud, and the Rebbe was the youngest Talmud. So the Rebbe went to Chernobyl. He went to the local Chernobyl, and he said, I want to do a shidduch with one of your children. And he lined up his children, and the Rebbe put his hand on the head, name. He said, you still have another child? He says, yes, he's a few months old, he's in the crib. In the crib, could I see him? The Rebbe went in, he put his hand on his head, and he said, yeah, that was given to spread the Chekasa, Tzaddik, that became an Aiden by the middle Rebbe. And one of the other Talmidim from the Magid came running to the Chernobyl because he felt that he's also the youngest. So they told him, it's too late already. Der Litzvah von Chinesisch gehabt, he prepared. And that's why the Rebbe is a Einikel from the Chernobyl. And that's why unsere Lama Shabbayim, Mitzvah Shabbos, they took off the Zayin of Beged and they put on a weekday Beged. When the Rebbe got married with the Rebbe Rayatz, and the first Mitzvah Shabbos, he saw his father taking off the weekday Beged, so who wanted to take off his weekday Shabbos? And the Rebbe said, "Du bist a Pelusher," when by the Pelush that he wear the Shabbos Beged until Sunday in the morning, you don't take off your Shabbos Beged. So the Mokel Shalom was once Farbrengen, and he spoke about the greatness of the 36 tzaddikim in the story. As we know that the Chazal say, in every generation of the 36 tzaddikim in the story, and in their merit, the people, the world exists. After he finished, so the Shmuel, that he could myself the Babish, as I could tell, that one of the elders of Sidon went over to the local Chernobyl, and he says, we are sure that among the people that come to the Untold is a tzaddik nisla even more. Can you point out a tzaddik nisla? And the Models and Noble answered him, you're looking at a tzaddik nisla. Of course, it said that Rebbe, I don't understand. You're so famous all over the world with your tzidkis, with your greinis, with your kedusha. How could you call yourself a tzaddik nisla? And the Shmuel told us, I'm going to repeat to you the way it was said in the Bible. And what they say in Chernobyl basically. And I'll say first the Yiddish, because the Shmuel told us these are the words that the Alter Satan, from the time of Tzemach Tzedek, who heard this Meister, said over the words that the Models and Rebbe said. Vos va'arachmonis, wollt auf Art gewesen, and wir seine Melden nicht das, was sagt uns. What pity would it be on you if we are only this what to see of us? Which means that all the Groeners and all the Bekis and all the Tzidkis and whatever you want to describe, that is not the Rebbe. The Rebbe is something above and beyond that we have any imagination that we could describe. It's something which is not in our realm that we should be able to not only understand, we should even be able to think about it. So after Shmuel told us Meister, so one of our mashpim, the younger mashpim, was Rabbi, and he said, this causes a big problem. The young Rebbe asked him, what is it? He said, we're in discussions. We want to be Mekushim to the Rebbe. You know what this story is telling us? Whom are we being connected to? Not through the cycle of the Rebbe, not through the will of the Rebbe, not through the guidance of the Rebbe. We are being connected to the very essence, as much as you call it the very essence, the way the Rebbe is something what it is. You know what that means, he says? We are being connected to something which is above and beyond all limitations, above and beyond anything that you could describe. And the Shas with that discussion is Farbrengen. As I mentioned yesterday, there is a mimer on the Rebbe Marash. And the Rebbe Marash writes in that mimer, when two people want to connect themselves and be united, says the Rebbe Marash, Kol Echod, each one is a part of himself to the other person. To what extent is the unification of this that was given from one to the other? כשם שאין לצורך נזכר על הראש במיוחד, על הרגליים, כל כך נעשה חלק ממנו שלא צורך נזכר על זה במיוחד. Just like when you think about yourself, you don't have to think about your head individually, about your feet, about your hands, about your eyes. You're thinking about something that incorporates the entire body. Said the Rebbe Marash that this part, that number one gives the number two, and when person number two starts thinking about himself automatically, because that became so much, as we call it, part and parcel of person number two, that automatically thinks about it. When one of the mashpim told us this mimer, he stopped, he started to cry. He asked him why. You hear what this is telling us? Throughout his kashkas to the Rebbe, we are giving part of ourselves to the Rebbe, which becomes one part of the Rebbe. And the Rebbe is giving part of himself to us. So the part that we are giving to the Rebbe, Baruch Hashem, as the Rebbe is every day, the English that goes every day higher and higher, and being that this part of us became part of the Rebbe, so that part is going, and then he stops. You ask me why I'm crying. What are we doing with that part that the Rebbe gave us? Are we careful to make sure that Chas v'Sholem, we shouldn't affect it in a negative way? Are we making sure that part should remain in its kedusha and never maybe to even try to elevate it. Should ask me why I'm crying. You know what kind of responsibility his conscience is? No, his conscience is of course everybody has to be, you have to be Mekushi, you are Mekushi. It's not stomach, it's a concept that gives responsibility. It's a schus godel. But alongside with that, it's a big responsibility. Because as a result of that consciousness, you have a chaylik of the Rebbe with you. And you have to be sure, Pastor Shalom, not to do some damage to it. And that's, he says, what I'm talking about. But I say safely that I'm watching over in such a way. Bishas comes, huge Shevat, Yom HaMalchus, Rosh Hashanah U'Mavot. The Rebbe became our Neshom B'Kavolos. The Rebbe became our Rosh B'nai Yisrael. And through our connection, the Rebbe is giving each and every one of them a part of himself. So I ask myself, what's happening? Well, this has to be some of the cheshbonos that we have to think about. Bishas comes in English. Speaking about Sipunim of the Rebbe. Sipunim of the Rebbe has different categories, so to say. There are some stories that when Farbrengen told to the Rebbe, he told him to do something. He waited to mezuzahs, eat kosher, learn something. There are some times that the Rebbe said, I'm going to the oil of Moscow. And there's sometimes the Rebbe didn't even say, Asgar al-Tzim. And the Prophet came. We have different categories, different situations, which I mean, that was for sure. I wouldn't be arrogant about it. The fact that I had the schools to be there, and I was able to deal with many of these different types of situations, so we saw practically, and we almost saw it. Just one example, there was one young man that one had a place of, he was traveling from his home to be together with his parents in another city. At 11 o'clock in the morning, I'm sitting in the office, I get a phone call that there was a very serious accident. This young man is in the hospital, and the doctors are very worried. We went into the Rebbe, and he's the Rebbe as a Rebbe. I took the name and the mother's name. I went into the Rebbe, I put it down. The Rebbe didn't ask me any questions. The Rebbe didn't say, ask her to sing. No reaction at all. And I became very frightened. If there's no reaction, who knows what that means? Sure, I went out. 2 hours later, the Rebbe buzzes in. Maybe you heard what's happening by this gentleman. I said, yes. A few minutes ago, I got a phone call that the situation is still serious. This is out of Pesach. An hour and a half later, he calls me again. This went on till the Rebbe started giving out the matzah. When he finished the matzah, before the Rebbe went home, noon was tutza. When I got a phone call, they told me that it's stabilized. The Rebbe didn't say hospital would sing. The Rebbe didn't say anything. All it was doing is asking. That means the Rebbe had in machshava all this time, and as a result of that machshava, and I once told the story, but machshava, I'll tell you. This mice I heard from one man who lived in another country. One Mitzvah Shabbos, he calls, he says, do me a favor, go into the Rebbe immediately and ask a bracha for my wife. I said, what happened? He said that yesterday, Friday, 5 minutes before the time of Lichtzen, she fainted. We couldn't revive her. We called an ambulance, they couldn't do anything. We had to take her to the hospital. Friday late at night, they were able to help her. I just came back with Toy Shabbos. And the doctors from the hospital, the doctors say that she's still gravely ill. Here's her name, and her mother's name. I told her the Rebbe's not here now. Tomorrow morning when the Rebbe comes, I will give the Rebbe the message. The Rebbe came Sunday morning. I gave him the zettel, I told him what happened. And the Rebbe said, Zweizach, first of all, tell him, ask him, the man asked what I would see. Then the Rebbe tells me, tell him as follows. Friday night, between 5 and 5:30, her situation was so critical that the doctors gave up on her. You think that what the Rebbe said in Yiddish, I'm trying to translate it, you think what stabilized her situation? The medical treatment? And the Rebbe said, nay, no, I thought about her. And as a result of my mouth shoulder, things started to stabilize. And the Rebbe says, Zogan, why am I telling him that I'm sitting here in Crown Heights and I know what's happening in another country? Ich will soll wissen, als von mir Kevin is behalten. You know what the Rebbe is saying? I want that he should know that he can't hide from me. I asked the gentleman, what did the Rebbe say? The Rebbe is saying, what he's saying. 5:15, the phone rang in my house. I woke up my 3-year-old Einigal, he should pick up the receiver, and the doctor tells me, the situation is very grave. If you want to come and say goodbye to your wife or to the family wants to say goodbye, you have between 20 and 25 minutes, because according to our calculation, after that, you won't be able to say goodbye. He woke up the whole family at 5:15. They all ran. He said it took 20 minutes from his house to the hospital. When he came into the hospital, the nurses said, take it easy, things stabilize. The Rebbe says clearly, I know what's happening. You can't hide from me. And I want you to know about that. What is the Rebbe trying to tell us? To tell his greatest? That's not the Rebbe. The Rebbe telling us for us. Don't think you're going to hide someplace. And everything that the Rebbe says we know has a book and integrity. So Yigaman once said a very interesting thing. Imagine tzaddik is going on the way, but tzaddik is compared to what they both. But then he says there's something even more than that. When we take out partial hukas, there's a posik in partial hukas that says, "Vayedaber ha'om be'elikim u'b'moshe lo me'elisum." The people spoke against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They spoke against Moshe Rabbeinu. And what was their claim? Why did you take us out of Mitzrayim? On the words, Be'elikim u'b'moshe, writes Rashi in the name of the Medrash, Hishku Eved L'koyim. They compared the servant to his master. On the word Lo me'elisunu, Rashi says, Shneihem Shovan, they are both equal. The Rebbe once asked the Shaila, Rashi just said that he should ever become. They compared Moshe Rabbeinu and Kodesh Baruch Hu. Why is Rashi adding again the Medrash, Shneihem Shovan? Says the Rebbe, it's a big difference when you say you compare two things, so they're two separate things. And there are certain details in which you can compare them and say that they're like. When you say Shnei and Shovan, that means that they were actually one and the same. And just like we know about Kodesh Baruch Hu, it's not Shaykhus Tahar, that's why Shaykhus says in the beginning of the Tanakh, you go under the sploin, under the big stones. You go here, you go there, it says like Shaykhus and Nodli, you can't hide from him, wherever you want him to be. And as the kids sing the song, both down, this way, and wherever we are, like this, there's though. What is it? And then, there's an interesting quote from the Rebbe. We just learned the Parshas Vayetze, that the Kana Rochel Ba'achoyso, Rochel was envy of her sister Leah, but Tomer Yankov, because she had no children, she told Yankov, hopefully boy, give me children. And then she said to him, I, if not so and so. And the Pasuk says, Vayitzav Yankov al Rochel. Yankov became angry at the Rochel. It says, Hasachas Alikim Anoichi, and I rule HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Rebbe said, what is this discussion that went on, the dialogue between the Rochel and Yankov Avinu? Says the Rebbe as follows. We know that the Gemara Zot, the Chazal say, that the Imoris were Levites, they were prophets. Says the Rebbe, Rosh Chodesh, when we daven Musaf, and we say, Rosh Chodoshim L'Amcha Nosata, Rosh Chodoshim L'Amcha is a Rosh Tevis, an acronym, Reish Ches Lamed Rochel. Who composed this tefillah that we say every Rosh Chodesh, Rochel Yimeinu? So the Rebbe Rochel Yimeinu Yevena Boki B'Shas. She knew everything. So that Ashayla, if Rochel Yimeinu knows, she knows what the Gemara says. And the Kodesh Baruch Hu, the Mafteya from Geshem, from where he gave away from Allah. A Mafteya from Chayim, from children, he kept for himself. That's of the Shaila, how could Rochel Yimeinu tell Yaakov Avinu, Abos Badom, Oval Yibon? It's contrary to what the Gemara says, that the king for children, they wish to help himself. So the Rebbe and Rochel Yimeinu Gavus no HaGemara. The Gemara Megillah Yudches, by even by the Zbeya, by Yikov Keil Yisrael, the Gemara asked me Koro Lani, so the Gemara, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Koro Yankov Keil. The aim is to call Yankov, and on that posting, the Pashas Vayisla, Rashi brings down, the Rabbi Seinu Dorshum, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Koro Yankov Keil, says the Rebbe, Pilish Rashi therefore, when Chomish bemikkim for 5 years time, ihr hört, was Rashi sagt dem Kind. Wer ist Yankov Avinu? HaKadosh Baruch Hu Koro Yankov Keil. Kommt again Rochel, and the Rebbe gesagt, er war am Medrisch in Vayikru. Omar Kodesh Baruch Hu, Ani el Vekaber el Yonim, Yankov el Vekaber Tachtonim. I am in the Vekaber, in the higher world, and Yankov goes. Zocht Rochel Yimeinu, Oy Bazei, you have the key to go into the children. That was the Shkailer, so she had a valid claim. Why did Yankov get angry at her? And here the Rebbe stops. Yankov would to learn it was great discussions. Yankov Avinu asked Rochel Yimeinu, of the Rebbe, when you asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you have a doubt that he could do it? No. When you told me, Hovel Yibon, what did you add on? The Imayim. Is Hasachas Alikim Anoichi, and act I killed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he called me killed. And act I on the Kasha Yankov on the Kabbat HaKleinu? No. You don't accept me the same way. So what are you asking me for trial? According to you, I'm not in that category, so I don't have the key. So the Rebbe, Nossi, steht in Kabbalah, ist die Zuzung von Yaakov Avinu. Was will Yaakov Avinu von Rochel? If you believe what the Gemara says, that Yaakov Keil, you have to have by Avinu Bashem, Moshe Abdu. Says the Rabbi, the Mechut the Rabbi, Misha Maimim B'Moshe Rabbeinu Mago L'Bakosu Shu Maile B'Kodesh Baruch Hu, and Misha Eina Maimim B'Moshe Rabbeinu Ki'ilu Eina Maimim B'Kodesh Baruch Hu. What does that mean? That same emunah that we have on Kodesh Baruch Hu, we have to have in Moshe Rabbeinu. Don't Yaakov Avinu to Rochel, you made a big mistake. You don't consider me, because you said that in Ayim. And the Rebbe, this is Alim and Chavunis. Force for Amunah, you have to have Yankov, Kol mostly is the Tzushul for Yankov, a spark. Nachher we have a call Kashatekis from the Tzosri, at the Tekis for Kulit. So it means that every Nossi has in it all the qualities, all the components, whatever, all the ingredients you want to call it, but Yaakov Avinu. So we bow him as of Yaakov Avinu had in there. And the Rebbe said in Pashas Ukas, with whom does Rashi learn Shnei and Shol? With a He's telling a 5-year-old child, talk to Rebbe, you want to know who Moshe Rabbeinu is? Shnei and Shov. It's one thing. This Pashtus and the Moshe B'chol Dor of the Torah. Every generation, the Leibel generation has a spark of Moshe Rabbeinu. So he's a Moshe Rabbeinu. So you have to know Asher Shnei and Shov. The Rebbe damals hat gesagt that this is a lesson for us. What level of his kashrus, or what level of the Nuna, we have to have in the Rebbe. No less than we have in a Kodesh Baruch Hu, because it's the same thing. Here the Rebbe is teaching us that this. And with this, he was truly besorgt. Could be that this is one of the young why the tzaddikim come to the English they made Molson, and there was no chiddush. That's not automatically by the tzaddikim, the Rabbi. It was an automatic thing, because they are above all these things, so they can perform all the miracles that you need. I'll give you a few examples of the Groner that people couldn't understand. One died by the dollars. A father and a mother come, and they're holding a 4-year-old child. Not customary to hold a 4-year-old. The Rebbe looks at them, of course it does. So the mother says that the child, since he's born, he was able ever to stand. Walk is out of the question, he can't even stand. So we came to the Rebbe, they asked the Rebbe for Groner, he should become a normal child. I'm standing there and I have to tell you exactly what happened. The Rebbe takes a towel and puts it into the child's hand, and then he goes with him with his finger. Und du wirst anhängen gehen. Those are the words the Rebbe said. And you're going to start walking. 2 weeks later, the father lives on Eastern Park, we go in the Avenue. He comes to the office, he says, "Can't talk them about the table." I say, "What happened?" Say, the next morning, we had to put him into a crib, because he couldn't walk. The next morning, my wife comes into his room, he's standing and holding on to the wall of the crib. She couldn't believe it. It's the first time she sees it. He's 4 years old, till then wasn't that. She laid him down in bed. She went out again. 5 years later, she comes back. He's holding on again. She picked him out of the crib and put him on the floor. And she held him with her 2 fingers. And she said, "Meshale, make a step." He picked up his foot, made 1 step and a 2nd step. She put him back. Came the next day. She took him out again. He made 5 steps, 10 steps. On the 3rd day, he pulled himself, the father says, he pulled himself away from his mother and started running. When he was 6, 7 months old, 8 months old, and we saw that there's no, we took him with one of the big orthopedic doctors. He took x-rays and he says, this kid will never be able to stand. After this happened, we went back to that orthopedic with this young 4-year-old boy, and in the office he was running around, and the parents told the doctor, "This is the child that you prophesied that will never be able to stand." He said, "It couldn't be that same kid, it's impossible." You know what? He said, "I'm going to take a new x-ray." He took a new x-ray to compare it. He saw my mom, this is the same kid. He asked her, "What did you do?" He went to one of the doctors. She said, "No." They told him, "This one, my great tzaddik, Rabbi, and he gave us the blessing." He said, "In all my time as a doctor, I never saw that a child would have that condition of his muscles that he had in his foot. They would not only be able to, they wouldn't even understand. And they're doing all everything I mentioned." One day, comes a mishpacha with a 4 or 5-year-old child, a boy, and the mother says, he hasn't said a word other tati mama. They wanted to start speaking. The Rebbe said, when we gave out the dollars, I'm sitting over there, and the Rebbe told me, "Bring me them kind, move over the child." I bring over the child, and the Rebbe bends down, "Zog Shema, Shema." Hashem, Hashem Echad. And the Rebbe picks him up. Why do you say he can't speak? You just heard him speak. And the mother started to cry. Said the Rebbe, he's 5 years old, and it's the first time we hear him saying words. And the Rebbe told him as follows: take him home, he'll start saying words. In a few days he'll start saying sentences, and by the end of the week he'll speak like a normal child. This was on a Sunday. The next Sunday, the mother called me, get right from Rebbe, exactly what happened. We came home, he started saying words. On Wednesday, he started saying sentences. Shabbos morning, they even crown eyes. Let me mention. Things that people would never believe that could happen. Doctors couldn't believe that they saw mamish in Yonim that they never expected it to happen. When he comes into me, you can't have to solve it and from Etzisroel. I have to tell you, I don't know if you remember, you noticed, last week I was by the Rebbe by dollars. I can't remember all the thousands of people that were, in fact, I never looked at the people, I never looked to make sure the Rebbe had the dollars. I'm a guest here, I had to be in New York. Last Wednesday or Thursday, a cousin of mine called me from Etzisroel that a member of the family became very, very sick. And the doctors want to make an operation. So they didn't ask whether to make an operation. They asked, go Sunday to the Rebbe, tell the Rebbe the situation, and the better brother. He told him, came my next, I called the Rebbe the name, and I called the Rebbe, הרופאים קבעו שהוא צריך לעבור ניתוח, ומבקשים שהרבא יבורר. The Rebbe said, man, ניתוח? לא מותר ניתוח. Why do you need an operation? He said, I told him, I didn't know there was a situation. I told the Rebbe, this is what I heard from. The Rebbe says, call up an Etzisroel, they should not make any operation, because the seed that was up from ניתוח. That's what the Rebbe tells him. It was Sunday afternoon. I left the Rebbe, I called up my cousin, and I tell her, listen, the Rebbe said no operation. She said, what? I said, you had the word from the Rebbe. She called me Tuesday, Wednesday. I spoke to the doctors. The doctors are firing. What are you doing? You're hurting the man. She said, Harabi Omar no nitua. On Thursday, they made new tests, x-rays, everything else. They said there's nothing to operate for. So he came to tell me, Dr. Rebbe, it's out of sector. If she moved it, told us, that Rebbe Rav there was many times a meeting, when people would come and ask the Rebbe Rav about an operation, so the Rebbe Rav would go like this. But that was an operation, but that was going to do it. And the circle worked out that the reason one operation, the circle, that a shmul, that ultimate of Simon, and from the Marash, respect from Rebbe Rav, they had a question. They were is it a shot that the Rebbe Rav saw that there's no need for it, or there was a need for it, and with this, what the Rebbe Rav made like that, he removed it, what do they call it, an operation in the Dr. Schneid, they had a special name for that. And the Dr. Schneid. So Rav Shmuel said that the bottom line is the same. Ob es sich Geschmacke, ob sich Wesenwasser abzunehmen, und der Rebbe to the But we go interesting more the Geschmack, more that it was something to take off, and the Rebbe, by making this, he removed it. And that we saw by the Rebbe time and again. When people would come and say this and that, and the Rebbe would say, one young man came out of the Yiddish. They had a kind of hate of the young man. I see the young man. He said, I have to tell you something. I came to the Rebbe now, because 3 cardiologists told me that I have to have an open heart operation. I came to ask the Rebbe. You hear what happened? He tells me. The Rebbe calls me over, shows a Rabbi, and the Rebbe said, open up your jacket. He said the Rebbe took his ear and put it to my heart. I don't see why you need an operation. Goes away. I said, Rebbe, but I don't say this. Come. And the Rebbe put his ear again. You have gone to Shnish and struck an operation. We came out of the feet, so those are the words that he told me. I tell him, I'm wondering what happened later. A few days later, he called me. He told the doctors what happened. He told them partially that the Rebbe put his ear to my heart, and he sees no reason for an operation, so I'm not going to agree to an operation. They made no test, and him, they showed him the x-rays they had before he went to the Rebbe, why they said you have to have an operation, and that it doesn't exist anymore. It's not there anymore. And that was such a thing. The Rebbe should put his ear to the heart. Again, it's not making the Rebbe hospital. It's supposed to show the Rebbe wanted to destroy whatever he could help people, and we could go on and on with many things up. I want to tell you that now, after Gimel Tammuz, the most of the Rebbe are much more quantitatively and qualitatively. You have no idea how many functions the Rebbe is doing now after Gimel Tammuz, which are unbelievable things. Was the Tutsach open every year? There are 3 ways that I feel that I speak to people about. The Rebbe has, according to my opinion, he has 3 avenues. Actually, he has a 4th avenue. One avenue is coming to the oil. Those who believe in use Leibel Kodesh, and those who come to the Rebbe's room. And I can tell you from personal experience, not from myself, but others that I was involved, that I went to the oil with people, I helped people open up Leibel Kodesh, and when I was in the Rebbe's room, I asked brothers. Things that you would never believe could happen were taking place. As I told them, when the Rebbe had the stroke, some people heard this message, but those didn't hear it. So the doctors usually they have to take more often blood tests to see what's happening. Take a blood test till you go to the blood laboratory, So we found that in a half an hour away from Crown Heights, there's a blood laboratory that's owned by 2 Farbrengen, 2 brothers. I called them. They told me, if 10 o'clock in the morning you bring me the blood, you bring us the blood, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you get the results. So whenever they used to take 2 to 3 times a week the blood. As soon as we had the blood, we sent them with a taxi, they came back. After the month was over, I called them, and I said, gentlemen, I want you to know, the Rebbe never wanted any bonus, he didn't want anything gratis. He wanted to pay for everything that was done for him. I need a cheshbon, a bill. We got a bill. To make a long story short, for the whole 2 years, we continued studying the blood, and whenever I go, what are you worried about? If I'm not worried, don't worry, we'll be taken care of. A week after Gimel Tammuz, one of the brothers calls. Are you still ready to pay for all the blood tests for the 2 years? That's what kind of question. You give me the number now. Tomorrow morning you have a check on your table, and it goes through. You won't have any problem. Whatever the amount is going to be, you're going to have it. Okay, I'll tell you what my bill is. I am married with my wife for 9 years. We have no children. My bill is a child. It makes me confused. I take his name, his mother's name, his wife's name, and her mother's name. The next morning I went to the oil, and I told the Rebbe the ganze Meise. I spoke to the Rebbe. I told him that these are of people that worked for the Rebbe, they did a blood test, and the whole time, 2 years, they never took any payment for it. Now, the husband is a king. Other a yingel, other a meidel. I go up the zettel, I put it on the oil. This was a week back again with Thomas, whatever it is. Tovshin nun dalet. Yud dalet kislev, Tovshin nun vod. Approximately a year and a half after this gentleman calls me, Mazel Tov. My wife gave birth to a baby boy after about 10 and a half, 11 years. A year and a half, 2 years later, he calls me again, and also on one of the Rebbe's days, noch ein Yidel. And 2 years later, they had a baby girl. I asked him, no, the Rebbe paid the bill, over and above. The guy not annoying, the tell that Rebbe the Meise, the Rebbe glad myself. There's a family, and that's sort of a family living in Queens. For 40, 50 years, they have no children. They would come to the Rebbe many times on Sunday, and the Rebbe would give dollars. After Gimel Tammuz, this couple, the husband then made a mosque. My Achshav, the Rebbe shall live and call up a watch. The Rebbe is going to pay back all his bills now. Don't worry. 2 years later, he calls me on a Monday. He said, and he said, I know you don't invite for this, but I must have you there, that the people shall hear that after 16, 17 years, only with the brother of the Rebbe did we have a child, and wanted to hear it from someone who was a little bit closer. I wanted the priest to tell the Meister. In Bnei Brak, the Doha Gerle Chosid, for 18 years, nothing happened. He decided to come to the Babish, to the Rebbe. He was by the Rebbe, and the Rebbe gave him a bracha, and the Rebbe gave him $2. Nothing happens. After Gimel Tammuz, Leibel, Musfat Yetzan. What's going to be now? I told him the same thing. 2 years later, he calls me early in the morning, Leibel, give me zweimal Mazel Tov. Give me twice Mazel Tov. So, hast du dich geboren? On twins? Yeah, I eagle and I made of it. Nee, then I do consult him, and so, we could go on and on. This is one area where people that ever save them from operations. People, where the women that ever saves them from C-sections. Anything you're going to touch, the doctors ahead, there's one meister, this is a medical meister. A child was born to a family, and the child became very gravely ill. I know the family. They went to big specialists in Manhattan, and they said, you must operate on this child. The only thing they say to you, go to the Rebbe said, the Shum Oifen, Groner not there, ain't Zoyer, he said. Not only were not there, but that was nicht. 2 weeks later, she calls me. The doctors are calling me to court. They want that the court should take over the case, and the judge should paskin. You don't have to listen to the parents. They are endangering their child. Saddam is a court. And the court should paskin that they should have the operation. The Rebbe tells me, Zogi, after the judge paskins say, Your Honor, I have a request. That is what Zogi judge, I have a request that tomorrow they should make new tests on my child. That's what the word the Rebbe says. No extras on the child. So first the judge was a little hesitant. The doctor said, we're ready to do it, no problem. She calls me back. The doctor said, We don't see any reason for the operation. And here the Rebbe said, no operation. And the Rebbe said, and he knew that the judge was passing, that he can't go on his turn. Ask the judge that you make a request, and yet, that tell the judge that if after the new test, the doctors feel she has to make it, I'm going to agree to it. She shouldn't say that. She said those words, and that's what she told the judge, she told me. Came the next day, they made new x-rays, goodbye, gang, without going to shoulder. And so, and again, I wasn't selling with your license. How much the Rebbe tried to help in every way, this way, that way. We can't sell license in business, and this, and that. I used to think of I mentioned by the teacher, by the Farbrengen. By the Friedrich Rebbe came a Yid, a businessman, who was not a chassid, who was a Shevat of mitzvahs, and he told the Rebbe that he's having, the Friedrich Rebbe, he's having a very serious problem in his business. His business was men's clothes, whatever it's worth. And you know what to do. And the Rebbe, Friedrich Rebbe tells him, invest and buy more clothes. Yes, buy more clothes. And the Rebbe says that a Zayger Tzedokah makes a keli for his Wochen. I would suggest to you, this goes back in the 1940s, to give $180, $200 for Tzedokah. $180, it was a substantial sum. The Rebbe told us my son. I heard him, we didn't hear the Rebbe to tell the mice about Farbrengen. The Yid went, and he brought in the Tzedokah, I don't know, to Americans, or to Yeshivah Shule. A half a year later, that Yid comes back to 770, and he tells our Rebbe, Zog them Rebbe, that in the course of this half a year, my income doubled. $2 I feel. A year later, he said it's going to open up. And I said, he became mamish ashamed of Oishina, when only him getting to talking on a bread, not on the garbage, oh. What happened? The Rebbe told him, invest, buy more clothes, buy more material, keep to talking when the doctor saying the go. And the same thing we saw by our Rebbe. When I told him this mice what happened, when I told the Shabbos, I told people who weren't there. There was a Yid that used to come to the Rebbe. Yeah, there was a Yid used to come to the Rebbe before the Nesius of the Rebbe. And whenever when he came to the Rebbe, he would sit an hour, 2 hours. After the Rebbe became Rebbe, for the first 2-3 years, I didn't see him. Finally, one morning he walks into the office, and he tells me I have a very important question about business to ask the Rebbe. Write it down for me. I wrote it down. And I come into the Rebbe. When I said that this person, and the Rebbe was reading a letter, and I said, and he went to the Rebbe like this. He turned around to me and he gives me a serious look, which I almost fainted. Du bist sicher, als gekommen fragen wegen seiner Geschäften? Are you sure that he came to ask my advice about the business? I said, yeah. Du weißt doch allein. You yourself know that he used to be by me in previous years. He never discussed this business with me. And then the Rebbe says, are you sure that he's going to follow what I tell him? I said, no. So the Rebbe says, as the case, don't ask me. Because if I give you the answer, and he's not going to listen to what I tell him, it's going to be much worse for him. Before I know for sure, I'm not. and find out if he's going to answer. So I went out and I called him and I told him, by season, everything goes with the story. I told him mice, I think yesterday, but those that were not there, I'm going to hear the mice. So I tell him, Elsenheim's come with the mice. I told him that the previous Rebbe was in Chicago in America in 1930, and one of the cities that he visited was Chicago. In 1946, the Rebbe, the Frierdiker Rebbe, opened a Lubavitch Yeshiva in Chicago, and he sent 5 young Talmidim from Crown Heights to start the yeshiva, and I was able to be one of the first Talmidim Ashbuchen which the Rebbe sent to Chicago to start the yeshiva. In Chicago, there were a lot of Yidden that became Chassidim of the Frierdiker Rebbe in 1930 in Tofrei Sadi. One of them was Gehasten Rebbe Yosef Flyer. That was his name. This young Yosef Flyer had a special interest in Tanakh. He knew God's Tanakh by heart, not only the words of the Tanakh, he knew all the Meforshim from Tanakh by heart. We came to Chicago in the beginning, right after Simchas Torah, we started the yeshiva. Rabbi Weinberg was Sholem, who was our mashpi, and he was the menahel of the yeshiva. He goes over to this Rebbe Yosef Flyer. He said, I just got a phone call from Rabbi Chodikov. Rabbi Chodikov told me I was just by the Frierdiker Rebbe, and the Rebbe told me to call you, that I want that twice a week the Talmidim should learn Tanakh an hour and a half each year, Monday and Thursday. So one went over to Rebbe Yosef, oh, Baruch Hashem. One says, no, I'm not taking any salary. The Rebbe Gehasten, the kindergarten, I'm going to take a salary. Take the call, nothing doing. Came the first Monday, sat down, he opened up Tanakh Sheila. The first 2 psukim took an hour and a half. But I have to tell you, when he started saying the words of Hosea, the walls were trembling. He put a mamish. After he was mit Azamen Chayes, mit Azamen Levitikait, we never heard such a thing. And the first 2 psukim took an hour and a half. Came Thursday, after he learned a half an hour, Rebbe Yosef, please tell us what happened when the Rebbe was here in 1930 in Tofrei Sadi. Started talking about my side. Came the next Monday. We sit down by the dish. Kindergarten. I want to tell you something. I want to tell you a story, but on one condition. If you're going to try to assure me as much as you can that this story you will keep yourself all your life, because that's going to help you to be a chassid. He said, we'll try. We'll try. Okay. He tells us as follows. In Chicago then, a Geven, a mishpocha that had a 30-year-old son that wanted to make Aliyah in Eretz Yisrael. Eretz Yisrael then belonged either to the Turks or to the British. And it was a very difficult move to make from the United States. You had to take the boat, you had to take a train, until you got to Haifa, and from Haifa you had to go to where you want to go, to Yerushalayim, or to Beersheba, whatever it was. The father tells the son, being that we have the schus, that the Lubavitch Rebbe is here, before you make such a move, ask the Rebbe. And the son said, no. Father asked why. Because the Rebbe is an anti-Zionist. He will think that I'm going as a Zionist and won't let me go. So I'm an honest. And he tells the father, you don't ask either. The father told 2 of his friends, I didn't feel relaxed and safe when my son wants to make such a move. And here I have the Rebbe. How can I let him do it without going into the Rebbe? So he went into the Rebbe. He told the Rebbe what he wants to do. And the Rebbe tells him, tell your son, yes, soll nicht kommen. Now we should not go. which means the Rebbe did not negate the whole idea of going to Israel like he was afraid. The Rebbe said, "Zog them soon, now we not go." We heard this ma'aseh from Yeshivah Shule, our teacher. How do you know? This Yid came to him with another friend. What do I do now? My son told me not to go to the Rebbe. Don't ask. Here I have an answer from the Rebbe. What do I do? And Yeshivah told us, we told the father, you have a hero from the Rebbe. You go to your son and tell him exactly what the Rebbe said. That you have to do your job. He comes back and he tells him, I told my son got excited. I asked him not to go. I'm not listening, I'm going. Came the day, he and 274 people went onto the boat, and a few days later, the boat sank. The father told Rabbi Yosef, I got up from Shiva, I went into the river, and I said, Rebbe, now I understand why you said now not to go. That means that you saw the tragedy. Rebbe, he's saying, Rabbi Yosef, he told him the word what it said. You could have saved 275 people. Why didn't you tell them that you see the boat is going to sink? And that not only my son, nobody should go on the boat. And here Rabbi Yosef stopped. He said, now I'm going to tell you verbatim what the Rebbe told us here. That's why I was first saying in Yiddish, well, it was eingechazet in gold. And these are the words that the Rebbe tells us here. Glei mir, nicht allemal, wenn wir sagen etwas, wissen wir allein, was wir sagen tun. Es ist mehr nicht, was wir geben über, was wir heißt uns mal meiden. Aber das wissen wir. Und doch dann, wie es kommt alles von unserem Mord, dachten folgen, weil wir nicht bekommen. Glaub mir, bis als ich habe gesagt, jetzt soll nicht fahren, habe ich nicht gesehen, kein Tragedies. Ich habe nicht gesehen, keine Sachen, was wird abstehen mit dem Schiff. Ich habe gesagt, jetzt, weil sehen wir, mir geheißen soll, mal. Wie ist es hierher? Wie wir da fern nach Wort von der Rebbe. To translate it, the Rebbe told them, believe me, not always when we say something do we know what we're saying. It's merely that we are conveying this that we are being told from above. But once we say it, you have to listen, because if not, accept it. And then the Rebbe says, believe me, when I told you to tell your son not to go now, I didn't see any tragedies, I didn't see any boat sinking. It's merely that I was told from above to say that word, now we should not go. That's all. So I tell this Yid this ma'aseh. So the Yid says, you can be assured that whatever the Rebbe is going to tell me, I'm going to do. I went back into the Rebbe, and I said, he's ready to listen to the Rebbe. How did you get it out of him? You say I told the Rebbe, I'm going to tell the ma'aseh from Rebbe Friedrich and Rebbe. Welcome ma'aseh, what ma'aseh did you tell him? So I told the Rebbe this old ma'aseh. After I finished it, the Rebbe said, that now I heard a ma'aseh from them Shevat that I never heard before. Jetzt kannst du fragen. I asked the Shiva, the Rebbe gave me the answer. I come out, I hold up the Stavroman, and I say, this is the answer to the Rebbe, and I don't hear any response. Yankele, the house was married, a guy, he hangs up the phone. That's all. About a half a year later, 6-7 months later, late at night, about 2-3 in the morning, I'm sitting in the office, the phone rings, I pick up the phone, Leibel, Ayashikeya. I said, what's in Yashikeya? Do you remember about half a year ago, I asked you, you should ask the Rebbe a question for me, and you refused to do it till you were assured that I'm going to listen what the Rebbe says. And I promised you that. For that I'm giving you a Yashikeya. I said, Yankee, explain yourself. He said, a half a year ago, my business in that time, late 60s, early 70s, was worth $5 million. You know what $5 million then was? A wealth with Geld. When you gave me the Rebbe's answer, I said to myself, if I'm going to follow the Rebbe within 3-4 months, I'm going to be wiped out. But I promised you, and I'm a man of my word. So I did exactly what the Rebbe says. Now that I look back, and these are the words that he told me, had I not listened to the Rebbe, then I would have lost my $5 million. And now that I listen to the Rebbe, my business is worth $10 million. What's what the Rebbe is what that he didn't know? The Rebbe said, if I'm going to answer him, and he's not going to listen, it'll be much. These are exactly the words that he said. Had I not listened to the Rebbe, I would have lost my business. That listen. What happened over here? The Rebbe wanted to save him. The Rebbe wanted to help him. Wasn't trying to Anthony these are places. It's very seldom you should hear from the Rebbe such words. But the Rebbe knew who this person was, which we stand to the Rebbe. And the Rebbe wanted to be sure that he's not going to hurt him. The Rebbe wanted to be sure that he's going to listen. But what did we hear from this mindset? How much the Rebbe is okay, you have to listen exactly what you told him. And the told him, Bishlei, the end of Pashat Tzav. It says, Vayasu kein Aaron Obonov, Kashatzim Hashem es Moshe. Aaron and his children did exactly the way Moshe Rabbeinu told them in the name of Kodesh Baruch Hu. What does that mean? So Rashi says, Melamed Shulahitu Loyim Yimin L'Smoi. They didn't add to what Moshe told them, and they didn't minimize. So everybody has the question, hey, minimize, I understand. What does Rashi, what does bother if Aaron and Groner want to be more mahadar? They want to be more careful, they want to make it a little bit extra. No. You do exactly what I'm told. Don't add. And the Rebbe said in Pashat Shkotim, 12 Shir Mem Zayin, the famous scene that the Rebbe spoke, and that's the tumult. And then the Rebbe said, don't put words in my mouth. It's printed. What I wanted to say, I said. If I didn't say it, I didn't want to say it. Don't interpret my words. Don't put words in my mouth. Just do exactly as I told you. Don't force one way to the other. Go on a straight line. This is what Rashi says about Aaron and Groner. Rashi said Aaron was older than Moshe Rabbeinu, but Kumi he had no. And then a chassid from Moshe Rabbeinu, the deal, exactly what the Rebbe says. Don't make all the famous and don't make it like the shoulders and don't try to make the Rebbe that say the stomach of make that say and the Rebbe that make that say and I hate like the shoulder. It was an episode like a yid that when had a new president of Israel, they made it, some people put him up as a candidate. So he calls and he asks if he should accept it. When I tell the Rebbe said, Zogen in my Nomen, Beshum Eufen soll nicht nur anwenden, soll von den Strafen weggedacht. Not only you should accept, they shouldn't even think about becoming president of Israel. Okay. After Gimel Thomas, again, they proposed to him, so he calls me up. I think that the Rebbe then told me not to because of this and this, and that doesn't exist now. So maybe I could accept it. I said, why is it there's not a cloud in Taylor? A Geseder that made a Geseder decree with an explanation. If time goes on and that reason is dispelled, yet you could dispel that Geseder the decree also. But what about a decree that the Chacham made without an explanation? You can't. Why? You never know what the real reason is. You think it's this or something else. I see, how do you know why the Rebbe told you? You think it's that, maybe it's not. Do you know for sure? No. So you're going on a doubt when the Rebbe told you clearly not to accept it. months later, he called me, thank you. I started going to it. I invested a large sum of money, because then it's not going into place. Why am I saying this? The Rebbe says, without head was resolved. You have to listen exactly what is being said. Don't tell me that because of that situation, the Rebbe said that. How do you know? Why do you know what the real reason is? Maybe the Rebbe saw things. Der Rebbe dann wohl gesagt, ein interessantes Wort. Ein Groner Rebbe, interessant. It says in Pasuk Vayechid that when Yeshivah Shule was told, as Yankee was failing, Vayibel Hashnei Bonum, he came to go into Yankee and a broken. He put Menashe to the right side and Ryan to the left side, and then Yankee's seeker was Yodel. He put his right hand on Ephraim, his left hand on Menashe. Comes Yosef, and he wants to pick us up. That's not the right way to do it. Who are the players? By Yankee, you daiti mini, you daiti. Why did Yankee have to say twice you daiti? He couldn't say you daiti. I also don't want to do this, but still I'm doing it. Look, the Rebbe, the Yankee Bavina Zot said, Yeshivah Shule, I find my key. You daiti. There's things that I understand and you also understand. There's certain things that only I understand. And then you give them, well, mix this in my business. Don't get into my geschäft. There are things that you'll not know, you'll never know, and don't tell me what to do. Yankel Levin also be so. But the Rebbe is doing it, I don't understand, you don't understand. But that's not the way we approach the Rebbe. It's to become your deity. It's that level of deity of knowledge and knowing what the Rebbe knows and sees that we have no inkling, we have no idea what that is. And that's what we have to reach out to. And that's what we have to follow to become your deity. All this is going to say, when people get answers, and come and start talking to me, I've changed the Rebbe coming to head, the Rebbe coming to head. I tell them, I'm not that smart. I don't know how you want to interpret it. If you want to hear my advice, do exactly what the Rebbe said. Don't tell me that times change. Don't tell me the situation changed. Because when the Rebbe answers, he's not answering only for now, he's answering the other way only alone. As I told you, what the Rebbe said, in Chabad you don't ask twice. You get an answer, you continue it all through the reading. This is what we have to learn. This is what Shevat is for us. We have to strengthen our discussions, our emunah, that when there's no doubts what the Rebbe is saying, there's nothing to say that I say because that situation, this situation, the Rebbe meant this, the Rebbe meant that. You know not what the Rebbe meant. You can't understand what the Rebbe meant. Do what the Rebbe told you. And then you'll find out and see that that's the only way you're going to have us spoken, and that's the only way to get the brokers. So this has to be one of the yonah that we have to take with us from Yeshivah to strengthen emunah pshuta. That's what the Rebbe wanted. Emunah pshuta. And one time the Rebbe told me, there are two categories of people asking me advice. He said there's one type, they write to me the problem, and then they add on why they think yes, or why they think no. But what's young, or what's nicht. Then there's another group. They write to me the problem, what's open. And the Rebbe said, that is that richtige choslit, who has the right approach. Not the one that tells me his photos, yes and name. The one that relies entirely on me. Don't tell me what you think is right or wrong. The Rebbe said, wie von der versteht, verstehe ich heute. The Fred was looking. That's what the Rebbe wanted. You should approach the Rebbe without any other intervention. Don't add anything, don't minimize anything, don't interpret anything. The Rebbe versteht besser von dem, whatever you're going to think of, the Rebbe even knows more. Why do exactly? That's the only way we're going to have success. That's the only way we're going to succeed in what we're doing. Exactly what the Rebbe said. That has to be one of the lessons that we take and we saw. That those people who follow the Rebbe through and through, without booking, without interpretations, without perspectives, they really had Rebbe's love. With that, the Rebbe says there. I don't want to mention what many names. The Rebbe once answered somebody to do something. Business. He changed it around a little bit, and he lost a large sum of money. He came running. The Rebbe tells me, Farbrengen, ich habe geheißen, Tom Kaffee, sagt Tom Kaffee. Ist getan, wie ich habe geheißen. Hat reingemischt in irgendeinem Sales, was hat keiner zu mir. He makes it his own understanding. That's why he's complaining to me. Did he do exactly what I told him? No. As I mentioned, there was one young man that started business. He went to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe told him, Katzas Yedidin Levinim, he should ask Yedidin Levinim. He tells me, I don't understand. I want to. He writes back to the Rebbe, and he's not going to listen to him. The Rebbe writes, Vikanu lahava, lo yifna elai liyonei asokim. From now, don't write to me about business. If you don't want to accept what I tell you, Kansasi Didim Levinim, so don't want to me anymore. I don't want nothing to do with it. They never wanted to Kabbalah said. They never wanted to do haste. And those are some of the things that each and everyone should think very seriously about himself. Where am I going to? In this area, of doing what the Rebbe wants us to do exactly, not what I want. Don't put your in and say that this is what the Rebbe wanted. As the Rebbe said, what I wanted to say, I say it, I didn't say it, I didn't say it. And the Leibel was helping me that with the koya, what we mentioned before, what the Rebbe was giving us on Yeshivah, some great Christmas from Almighty, that we should utilize it in a proper way to strengthen our discussions on the Rebbe the way the Rebbe wants, to strengthen our emunah the way the Rebbe wants, and the mail that began up with him to make this mitzvah design, then the Rebbe. There was one time that a woman called that member of the family was very, very sick. So the Rebbe answered the Tika Samazuzas. 2 months later, she calls, there's no improvement. The Rebbe writes, the Tika Samazuzas. Then the third time, the Rebbe writes, after half a year, when the Rebbe wrote again, he comes over and calls me, she said, what's this? All the sophomores say that the mezuzah is 100% kosher. And why is the Rebbe repeating time and again, time and again? So I told him, you should go to Rabbi Wozner and Leibel and ask him. Call me back later. She came to Rabbi Wozner, she told him the Bible says over and over again, the sophomore all say that it was kosher. Rabbi Wozner said, bring me your mezuzahs. Later I heard the story from one of the sons of Rabbi Wozner. He has a son who was a road in Mansi. So they bring him mezuzahs. So he asked her, where do you get this? He said, down this street, there's a sefer who sells the mezuzahs. He sent somebody to call him. Tell me, how do you write your mezuzahs? He says, the day when I go to the mikveh, I write Kesidrim, word after word. If it's a day you go to the mikveh, I write Shema Yisrael, I'll leave over Hashem Elokeinu, I'll leave over last time Hashem, V'ahavtas Hashem Elokeinu, I'll leave over, and the day I go to the mikveh, I get it on. So Groner said, what's rest? Mezuzahs has to be written to children one word after the other. The mezuzahs that you write like this are also the Chakilim. They asked him, how did you notice? He says, when you write a sefer writes, all the last part of the letters all come out equal. Over here I saw that the shadings are not leveled like for a haftul, not leveled for a hoyim. So I realized something is wrong. And he told this lady, now you understand why the Rebbe was telling you time and time to check the mezuzahs, because your mundunas were never kosher. He told something, I can't understand. The Babische Rebbe gesehen, and so right. Then he told him time and time again. And it's something which he couldn't believe. How the Rebbe would tell him to do such a thing. There was a Yid that wrote to the Rebbe that lately he's having status in the moon. He's having difficulty. And the Rebbe told him, check the mezuzahs. Check the mezuzahs. He comes back, he told the Rebbe that the word Echod, the Dalet had a nifsik. He separated the big part of the Dalet and the other part of the Dalet, so the mezuzah is possible. And yes, I states the host in the word Echod, and that's the Yisod of Emunah, there was a psul. There's a Meister, the man of Shneil called Rokum Etzisroel, and he said that Rabbi Yoslavsky is on the phone listening in because he knows what's going on. What's the Meister? That is a Yid that went to the Rebbe and he's having a heart problem. The doctor examined him, they didn't see anything special. He doesn't know what to do. So the Rebbe wrote back to him, B'tikas Hatfilin. When they showed, later they showed me the parsha. When they opened the tefillin, saw that in the Parsha from the Holy Shemoyah, the word called the Vavkan, the word of Vavkan is missing. It's obvious why he has the problem with his heart. Making it corrected, the man in the Parsha and everything else, also. We saw Mamish day after day, constantly, that just by listening to what the Rebbe answered and seeing what the results were, and at the same Mamish, everything was open by him. One father called me from the neighborhood. I see the Shia, the Baba. He said, I have to tell you, one day my 12-year-old daughter became very sick. And we wrote to the Rebbe. You called me and told me the Rebbe said, the Dayik ba'achilus kosher, achilus shiyah kosher. We have a home, Tapas HaKashros. Usually by a girl or a woman, the Rebbe said, the Tikus HaMezuzah. Here the Rebbe said, the Dayik ba'achilus achilus shiyah. And we didn't know what to do. Finally, my mother, my wife, sat down with this girl and asked her, do you ever eat out when you have your business in school? She said, generally not. But 2 weeks ago, one of my friends begged me to come. My mother wants to, we should eat together. So I had no alternative. I went with her. Why did you eat? She gave me milk. Were you sure that it's okay? They found out that she had a problem with the milk, was a mistake, I don't know exactly what. Now we understood why the Rebbe told my young girl to die by milk and shliach, not mezuzah, not tzedakah, not neighbors, not shkeidish. How rare it was that the Rebbe should write to young girls, young things, deep milk and shliach, adults, to married people, the Rebbe would write that. Say, yeah, young my daughter. So the years transcended what the Tutzah. My wife started inquiring, and she said she ate by that person, and that person had to throw out everything because they found out there was something wrong with it, the Tashmas. Now you have to be careful. Don't think that each time you answer that you say big on the Mezuzahs. Sometimes you said big on the Mezuzahs, sometimes you said big on film, sometimes you said big on Mezuzahs, sometimes you didn't say anything. According to the situation, the Rebbe answered what he saw. So all this is just to emphasize more and more how careful we have to be in following it. You can sit over here and tell, on Ashir Sachen, that we present Mamish Lamayel and Michol Gevul, above all from that you would never believe that this someone could even say such a thing. Well, that was the Rebbe saw everything. And because he wanted to help people, he would reveal and tell people what's going on, what's happening. Remember this mice of a businessman who's trying to remember the whole thing of mice because anyway, those are the good, and this is what we have to take with us from Heinrich and out from the Shevat tomorrow, strengthen ourselves. The Rebbe used to say by the Farbrengen, Machanach what the status, strong resolutions, and these resolutions should not be named, as Rebbe said, by the Farbrengen, but take the resolutions with you in the coming days, in the coming time, and that should guide you. These are resolutions that you're basing it on taking and see this now with us up. So we hope that after listening to all these things that we have, there's much more that we can speak about these young. There was one young man, a Polish Husid, came to the Rebbe. He said his grandfather is a Polish Rebbe. And lately, they're not feeling well. The doctors, so the Rebbe tells him, that das ist erzählen dem Segen. Und wir gefühlen als Mann, hat gesehen, dass nicht wissen, and you should check his film the Rabbi and film the Rashi. Rebbe said, first Rabbi 10 Rashi. And Rebbe looked at what is all for deep. He calls me a few days later. He said, I'm was to tell me. I can't tell my Zayda the Bible Rebbe told he has to check his tefillin. Now, also, if I want some, I saw him. And see, the Rebbe told me that he's the Zayda, so then he has to check. So I waited till my Zayda took up in the time sleep. And I knew for the next 2 hours, 3 hours, he's not going to bring him again. So I took the tefillin, I gave it to the Sefer. The Sefer gives me back the tefillin, and he says in the Shalrosh, in one of the Pashis, there was a ois that was there, right. He asked the Rebbe what to do. I said, wrap him up, put him together as if it was leather touch. And I'm putting back where my Zayda keeps it. And that's what he did. The next Sunday, he came to the Rebbe to tell the Rebbe what happened. And the first question the Rebbe asks him, oh, but the Zayda was not nicht gewusst davon. Der Rebbe didn't want to hurt the Zayda, that comes again on that fremde Yid, und heißt him at that point in seine Tune. So the Rebbe wanted to be sure that he's not hurting anyone, he's not imposing on anyone, that he will not get us all on by the Muslims, that the Rebbe think the one of the golden is. That's also another thing that we have to learn from the Rebbe. The Rebbe will try not to hurt anybody. Sie hat mir das nicht gelesen. Tom said, yeah. With the Bible, through this, he had to say. Yes, my dear friends, when on a brother and on a share, day in and day out, you have to be very careful. I'll tell you a personal story. But while I didn't travel, but after Kosher Lamed class, I didn't take one day vacation, I was always there. A week after Gimel Tammuz, I received a request from a Nash from the city. They want you to go. I come to speak, I was late at time. At first I told them I don't travel. They insisted. So I went to the Rebbe to oil, I wanted to settle. And I told the Rebbe that's what they're asking me to do. And I'm thinking maybe I should accept this. Finally I told them I'm coming. The night after I told them that I'm coming, I had a dream. I was in the Rebbe's room, and the Rebbe's room was filled with ladies saying Till. Women were saying Till. Suddenly the door opens up, and who's standing by the door? The Rebbe. He calls me over, and he says, I want to daven milcha in my room, and please prepare the room as well to daven. Which means they asked the room to move, and I said, like, so we pulled out. After the room was empty, the Rebbe comes in, and the Rebbe tells me, although I always daven with the stender on the right side, today I want to daven with the stender on the left side near the window to go out east and parkway. So then, the Rebbe, I go in a meeting, the Rebbe davened. After the davening, the Rebbe turned around, and there's this one a question, that one a question, he asked me something. And everybody's walking out of the room, I waited, because I wanted to close the door. As I'm going out this way, facing the Rebbe, I'm almost next to the door, and the Rebbe motions to me, come back. When I come back to the Rebbe, he opens up his drawer, and he takes out $2 new, and he rolls them up, and he gives me $1. Das ist a Hatzloch in Montreal, and the second $1, das ist a Hatzloch of Achval. I didn't ask the Rebbe whether to go accept Montreal. I didn't go to the oil to ask the Rebbe whether to go to Montreal. I didn't open Nicholas Kagish whether to go to Israel. And the Rebbe just looked at me. He saw what I was planning to do. So the Rebbe gives $1. Because I was spoken in Montreal. Without asking, without bringing to the Rebbe's attention, no, what does that show you? The Rebbe sees everything, he sees not only what you're speaking, what you're doing, he sees your machshov. He's right on top of you, he sees everything. And that's why, Shas we say, the 12 Psukim of Maimon Chazal, there was an 80-year-old Yid that told me, Al in the Krivogen of the Davenen, Zogen the Tzol, Klukman Maimon Chazal. I said, why? I understood why. Because the Rebbe gave a Kinder. Ich bin the Rebbe's a Kind. I consider myself the Rebbe's a child, and the Rebbe said that the children should say the 12 Psukim of Chazal. So I say, it was a Yid that one Hanukkah was in 77. The third day Hanukkah, after Mincha, the Rebbe tells me, Rufim, Sagen, I want to give him Hanukkah guilt. I told this Yid, he said, I want to go to a mikveh, and I went to a mikveh, he comes back. He comes over to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe said, Baldat's a minute, I'm going to give the Hanukkah guilt, I want to give you Hanukkah guilt. The Rebbe gave him Hanukkah guilt. He comes to the office, he says, what's going on over here? I said, how lucky are you that the Rebbe considers you one of his small children? And the Rebbe said, you give it to kleine Kinder, you give Hanukkah guilt. What are you over here over here? What are you bothered with? You should dance from Simcha, that the Rebbe is considering you one of his children. And he gave me this thing. He gave me the Hanukkah guilt. People can sometimes appreciate and know what the Rebbe is telling them. They thought Chashu Sholem, you have to look in a positive way what the Rebbe was doing for this year. Wanting to tell them that it helped for Zayin Matin. How many of all or not did the Rebbe say such a thing? Not that we heard of, maybe one or two more. We didn't hear it, and what was the Rebbe giving me Hanukkah guilt? I'm not a child. That's what he told me. I said, do you hear what you're saying? Here the Rebbe says that we give the Hanukkah guilt, that means the Rebbe's group. I said, when you say, Bon and Batna Hashem Alekechem, we're all children of our brother's both, what are you going to say to me? He said, no, I'm not a child, I'm a grown person, I read it. Du bist ein Kind bei mir. Bist ein Kind bei mir. So, well, he finally settled down and said that maybe this is a good shot. Why I'm saying it is, all in the same context, all in the same thing. Take the Rebbe's inyonim at face value. Don't make any gedudim, don't make any changes, ahead and ahin, don't add anything. Just do exactly what you should do, only what the Rebbe said. And that's what the Rebbe expects of us. And that's what the Rebbe gives us shocking on us. Make the cake the way you have to make it. And that should be one of what these are things what the Rebbe spoke about. One of the main resolutions tonight, that we take upon ourselves to do exactly the way the Rebbe says. Whatever the outcome is going to be is not my business, it's the Rebbe's business. He's telling me to do it, he has to take care of it. I'm not going to take care of it. That's his business. I just have to be the daily through whom the thing is being done, and the rest of it will take care of it. I mean, sometimes you sit down and while I was working, you didn't have all the time to go back and see how things were going constantly. Now that it's not so much different because now from the Leibel, I go to the Leibel 2-3 times a week. It is just mamish, unbelievable things. There's a woman that called. Her husband is out of work for 2 years. And the savings are diminishing. And the base was supposed to tell them, we don't know what to do. The Bible, a friend of us said, get a bracha from the Rebbe. So please take my name, my husband's, my wife, my mother's name, my husband's name, and ask a bracha. This was on a Monday. Wednesday she calls me. Rabbi, you were at the grave already. I said, Madam, how do you know? Because this morning, my husband landed 2 jobs. One from 9 to 1, and one from 2 to 7. For 2 years, nothing came up. As soon as I called you, and I asked you to go to the graveside of the rabbi, he gets 2 jobs. How do I know? I see that it happens. I feel Mama's take this out. Rabbi Simpson told me, and my son was only was on my foolish lane. One of his ankles was doing Mitzvah Chanukah in Manhattan. There was a Jewish woman walking by, and basically can Hoffman, he goes over with Happy Chanukah in him, and she answered him, and then he tells her, you know, everyone should light candles. He wanted to give her. She said, I'm just as religious as you are. My husband is a yeshiva man, and you don't have to give me. We appreciate it. But being that you're a Lubavitch Chosid, I'm going to tell you a story that I'm part of. She said, I live in one of these high rises in Manhattan. Next to me lives a family, a husband and a wife, that were married 6-7 years without children. They take all the different tests and nothing helped. Finally, I told her and her husband, next Sunday, go to the rabbi in Crown Heights. He gives out dollars, and he also gives blessings. So I would like her to go. This woman tells Rabbi Simpson's uncle. A week later, they come back, and they tell me, we don't understand. We came over to the Rebbe, and I told the Rebbe, I would like to have a blessing for a child. The Rebbe says, if you're asking, why not the plural? Say you want a blessing for children. So I said, Rabbi, I want a blessing for children. And the woman tells this technical, the Rebbe gives the man $3, and gives the woman $3, and the woman says, why do I need $3? $1 is enough. And I told the woman, hold on to it. We'll see what's going to happen. And she tells this book, they're supposed to give in. The next year she had triplets. So I told the woman, now you understand why he gave her $3. Each dollar was for another, and opened up another child to have another child. So this Rabbi Simpson, the uncle said, this woman was trying to explain to him, how positive he is. How you have to see everything the Rebbe does has meaning. There's no stum zaken. $3, $5. It's not on the zaken. If the Rebbe gives $3, these are kavanah. If these $5 not kavanah. This woman had to tell the Lubavitch Chosid how you have to approach the Hanoga from the Rebbe. And how she saw it. So the movement. Gives $3 and 3 children. I say, it's very difficult because it's not getting, and say, even driving them up trouble with all the different things that took place. This thing and that, and at the end of the Zoom, also, what she do. When in Oman by the Friedrich Rebbe, I'm telling this mindset with a carbon. He was 27 years old, and he had no shiva. Whenever he, in those times, we used to write like now, you just write into the Rebbe, the Esau Skola. Whenever he wrote into the Rebbe with a proposal, the Rebbe said no. One time, the second time, the third time. After 5-6 weeks, he decided, after being from the base Ben Hazai, because when the child to these happened, and then he stopped writing to the Rebbe. He told me personally the story. He said, 3 weeks after I stopped writing, the Friedrich Rebbe called him. Was ich geschehen? Was schreibst du nicht? Why aren't you writing? So he said, I told the Rebbe, maybe the Rebbe sees me as a member of Ben Hazai's. He said, the base Ben Hazai, called the base Ben Hazai. I told the Rebbe, I go, hast hat so zu schreiben zu mir. The Rebbe said, erzähl mal Meister. So to me based on, we know that the Badisha Grove son, Rebbe, passed away in his lifetime. He left small orphans, and the Badisha Grove took him into his home, and he brought them up and took care of them. when it came to time that one of these children had to get married, so the Yeshivah Shule made an announcement. Any shadchan that's going to give a proposal, even if it doesn't finish, I'm going to give him a reward. So all the shadchanim from that area came, and each one gave, and he gave us everything, but each one got a reward. Came the next week, the same thing, and the third week again. 2-3 weeks passes, and nobody comes to the Yeshivah Shule with a proposal for a shidduch. He called the main shadchan and said, "What happened to you guys? What happened to you people? Rebbe, we are constantly getting paid when the shidduch goes through. We don't get paid just for a thought, just for a suggestion. And you don't give me clever suggestions." Eventually my sister. So, but Yeshivah Shule tells him how to find. Just like the shadchanim here, the shadchanim up over there in heaven. When it comes to time, I go beyond before the person born, so they call out that for Farbrengen sein und Chan, for Yitzchak sein und so. Said about Yeshivah Shule before Hashem designates who's going to be good for Avram. One man will come and say, Avram's son. And now, Shem, another woman saw this one, that name. And after all the malachim finish giving the names, the Eibishter collects all those names, so to say, and he decides if Avram's going to be so. Said about Yeshivah Shule, when this neshama of this woman came down, in order that she should reach her right zillah, she has to go through all the names, the people that were named by Yeshivah Shule. That's why he told it to the Rebbe, the Recounting told it to Yeshivah Shule. Don't get excited that nothing is happening. It's not a problem. It seems that neshama had a lot of good friends up there, and each one wanted to help. That's what the Bingaman cousin what the Rebbe told him. And when a man was gehalten for him at first, and they wanted to help him, so all the malachim, this one gave out so, but before the Eibishter decides, he has to go through. And then the Rebbe told him, the Rebbe, there's sometimes that the shidduch is going to almost take place, and you're about to finish the shidduch, and suddenly it's off. Why is that happening? He says the Rebbe is talking about Yeshivah Shule. The Eibishter was thinking very seriously, maybe that should be the shidduch. But then he realized it's not reconciled, it's not, so he made someone else. But because there was a man that by the Eibishter's machshava, talking about this Yeshivah, that this should be the shidduch. That's fine. Over here, the matter, a boy and a girl get so close together as if they're getting engaged, and then it's going to end. The reason for that is because the thing of ending the Ruchni is, and that's why we flex over here in the Gashmis. They didn't think about it. Okay, there is one method, Zong Chaim.